Dama! So we're going to do something a little bit different today. We're going to be playing the visual novel Bad Faith. It's about 3 to 4 hours long from what I read, so we might be able to get through it all in one stream. But we'll see. So yeah, before I get started, I want to just show the person who actually made this game. The thing about this game is that I actually found this game long before I really got into VTubing or knew much about it. I just liked the art style and the theme and the description. I had it on my wishlist for a pretty long time. So, and then I got it, so now I can play it. So yeah, let me just show here. It's the creator is a VTuber herself, named Mado. I think that's how you say it. She's a cactus fairy VTuber. She's got quite a number of subscribers. At least 100 times more than I do. And her Berserk short's actually really funny. I recommend checking that one out. Also got her Twitter here. I'll link this all in the description when I upload the YouTube VOD. When you scroll down, you can get a full view of her VTuber. It's really cute. Like, I like the little flowers coming out of her head and everything. And she's got all this stuff there. It's really cute. I like the art style. But that's just me. Alright, we'll switch on back. I'll close this out since I don't need it anymore. I just wanted to show her off a little bit. Alright, we shall get started. Let me blow my nose. And funny enough, I'm not the first VTuber to play her game. I looked and it's like, there's like 2 other people that played it, so... At least when I typed in the name on Twitch, it showed up, so I'll take what I can get. Let's get started. So, what do you think? Of my thumbnails, I mean. Hand it over to me and I'll take a look. ... Well, I think this composition is pretty strong. You've come a long way in just under a year, Magda. Really? With time and effort, you could turn this into a gorgeous masterpiece. Or a gorgeous piece. Thank you. That's, my favorite of the bunch, too. I was looking through some references in the studio, and I found a pattern known as the Tree of Life. I thought it would be appropriate, since, the Haven is a sanctuary. I could definitely see that. Excellent choice of theme, Magda. One suggestion, though. Yes? You may want to spread out where you put the birds. If you do that, then the composition will guide your eyes all across the tree, rather than to specific sections of it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So are you ready to start working on your first solo piece? Oops. Maria? Magda, it's assembly time. Ah, right. Assembly time. Yeah. My name is Magda. Just Magda. I'm a girl. I'm 19 years old. I live in the Haven. It's a place on an island in the middle of a giant lake. Beyond the lake lie dangerous lands. There, people are corrupt. They kill, they steal, they plunder, they lust and poison and lie for the pettiest of reasons. In other words, they're insane. But the Haven is different. Our leader, Lady Amaris. I hope I'm saying that right. Lady Amaris? It's probably Lady Amaris. Says that those who live here are pure of heart and mind. I'm very lucky. Instead of growing up in a decaying, violent world, I spend my day surrounded by beautiful forests and good people. There's just one catch. We need to stay pure. If we don't, well, that's what the apologia assemblies are for. Uh-oh. Visual novel by Mado. The bell rings. An assembly is about to begin. Everyone is expected to come. It's a Haven-wide event, after all, and so me, Maria, and the other members of the art sect make our way to the assembly building. Usually assemblies don't bother Maria, but today, she looks really, really uncomfortable. Not because the assembly is about her, though. Maria's a sect head. She fosters a special level of trust with Lady Amaris and receives privileges for her loyalty. No, Maria dreads this assembly because this assembly will be about her best friend, Jael. I'm sorry if I get the names wrong. I don't recognize these names. Everyone knew that Jael would get into trouble sooner or later. Apparently, she shirked her duty as a member of the research sect. Instead of determining whether foreign books, movies, and art were safe for the Haven to see, Jael's curiosity betrayed her somehow. I don't know much else, but since she's the center of today's assembly, she must have done something pretty terrible. Eventually, me and the rest of the art sect reached the assembly building. It's a tall, imposing structure and one of the oldest buildings in the Haven. It sticks out like a jagged nail from the surrounding reeds. To be frank, I've grown to hate it. But to the Haven's members, assemblies are like swallowing cod liver oil. They're uncomfortable in the moment, but good for our minds overall. The entrance is crowded with girls from other sects. Like ants to an anthill, we all march in, single file. Once I get inside, I find a pew at the very back of the room to sit in. I don't really want front row seats for this. It's best for me to stay as quiet and hidden as possible. Looking around the hall, I spot Maria in a row adjacent to mine. Seems like she had the same idea. Hope she'll get out of this okay. Suddenly, the speakers crackle overhead. There's 3 taps. Then, a familiar cold voice comes through. Everyone, please settle down. The Apologia Assembly is about to begin. The room goes quiet. Everyone turns towards the voice's source, a chubby, bespectacled young woman. Without a discernible expression. She stands at the stage in the back of the room. The head of the research sect, Eve. Ugh. If she's leading the assembly, Jael's definitely going to have a rough time. Behind her stands Lady Amaris and a certain member of the writing sect. My body suddenly breaks out into a cold sweat. I look away. Oh God, not her as well. Ugh. With both Eve and Cerise? I'm gonna say Cerise. On stage, this assembly is going to be brutal. Good. We have peace and quiet. Let's get right to the matter at hand. Jael of the research sect. If you could come to the stage, please. There's no response. With an impatient cough, Eve taps the microphone on the stage's podium. Jael, I'd appreciate it if you could make this easier for all of us. Don't make me use force. Another pause. Then, I hear footsteps. Everyone's eyes turn towards an average-looking redhead, reluctantly coming forward to the stage front. Ah, so that's what Jail looks like. This is the first time I've seen her. Aside from Eve, I don't know many members of the research sect. Once Jail makes her way onto the stage at the back of the room, Eve gives her a quick nod. Thank you for cooperating. Shall we begin? Jail doesn't respond. Instead, she gazes down at the wooden floor and frowns. I'll take that as a yes. Ahem. We are gathered here today to judge Jail of the research sect for the harm she has brought to our community. According to significant evidence, she smuggled illegal foreign media into the Haven. I believe it's called anime. Books, illustrations, movies, all unvetted by her own research sect. All extremely dangerous in content. You get the idea. She did this, knowing full well that her actions could have caused her or her fellow Haven members to go insane. Lady Amaris, what would you like to say about this? ... Miss Jail was led by her curiosity. When exercised with prudence, moderation, and in service to noble causes, curiosity is a beautiful virtue. Yet unrestrained curiosity is a thing to be feared. Indeed, it could be called a dangerous excess. Jail fell prey to this untempered excess. Because of her curiosity, our entire community was put at risk. Naturally, we cannot behave leniently towards her. Thank you for your wise words, Lady Amaris. Before we continue, I'd also like to thank another member of the Haven for contributing vital evidence. Please show your appreciation for Cerise of the Writing Sect. This necessary assembly would not be possible without her loyalty and service to the Haven. Imagine being scared of books. Yeah, no. Like, no, not books. It's Fahrenheit 451 all over again. The audience bursts into applause as the woman behind Lady Amaris steps forward to take a bow. A tall blonde with a powerful frame. I tried to ignore her by looking down at my lap. Compared to everyone's loud claps, mine are small and nearly silent. Not clapping would raise suspicion against me. Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate the response here. It took a lot of work unearthing this case, but I think the cat's out of the bag now. You know, 'cause curiosity killed the cat and all. There's a well-timed burst of laughter that follows Cerise's remark. Well, I can to humor her. Anyhow, what are we gonna do with this troublemaker, huh? Good question. We could make her clean the dorm bathrooms for a month with her toothbrush, or we could force her to eat alone during mealtimes after everyone else has left. Or we could make her organize the research sect archives. Like the ones that haven't been touched for 15 years. But then, what would the point of the assembly be? She just put all of us in a lot of danger. It would be fair to just have her scrub a few toilets and let her off scot-free. I mean, foreign material's tricky stuff. If it had been checked beforehand, you never know what it could do to your brain. And the stuff Jill was hoarding, well, I saw with my own eyes. It was real gross stuff. Freak shit. Do we really want to keep someone like that in our community? Huh? I didn't think so. So, Jill, let me tell you what's going to happen next. From here on out, You're no longer a member of the Haven. Are you implying that? Yes, Jail. You'll be taken away. Wait, if that's the case, then what's gonna happen to me? Where will I go now? Can I say goodbye to my friends? You're no longer part of the Haven. You don't deserve answers. Eve, if you could. Right. No, please, please, please. Maria! Maria! Please help me! You're ahead too, aren't you? You can stop this! We're friends, right, Maria? Aren't we? Please! It's like, as one person's begging, another one begs outside of my room. Alright, Kitty has joined us for story time. The commotion makes me look up from my lap. In the pew across from mine, Maria shifts her legs back and forth. Summon the kitty. She wants to intervene. I can tell. But after everything Jail did, intervening would put her position as a head into question. So in the end, she does nothing. Domo judgmental cat, domo son of die. Like just in time to watch the unholiness unfold. Cerise grabs her from behind, twisting her flailing arms into a writhing arm lock. At a distance, Eve calmly brings a white tube to her lips and puffs her cheeks. The Domo train, there you go. Oh shit. Jill stops screaming. She freezes. A red dart has just pricked her neck. Her body goes limp. She falls to the floor, unconscious. Yeah, they just shot a fucking dart at her. With the joint efforts of Cerise and Eve, Jail is dragged off stage. Once more, Lady Amaris steps up to the podium. What kitty? Kitty's being a butthead. And so that concludes this assembly. Let this be a lesson to you all. Beware of unchecked temptation. You must now head back to your respective sects. Seek to continue your good work. Even I will take care of this matter from here. Let me see what Kitty wants. Probably wants to play. On command, everyone rises from their pews at once, and orderly lines of women begin to make their way out of the hall. Oh, wrong button. What happens when you're taken away? Where do you go? What can you do? Some say you're banished to the outside world with nothing but the clothes on your back. Others think of more frightening possibilities. Imprisonment? Torture? Execution? None of us know. Only the heads know the answer, but they're sworn to secrecy on the matter. Those who have been taken away know too. But they never come back to tell anyone. Assemblies are scary. But every time they're held, they emphasize an important lesson. It's easy to do insane things in the Haven, but it's also easy to be caught doing them. And it's easy to find out how harshly you'll be punished for your slights. In other words, it's better not to do insane things at all. So many emotes. Once, I did something insane. I was caught doing it and an assembly was held. I was very nearly taken away. But the last moment, someone saved me. Because I was accused, most of the Haven doesn't trust me anymore. At any moment, I feel like I'll be accused again. Whenever an assembly finishes, whenever another girl is tried, sentenced, and taken away, I'm almost relieved that I wasn't the one standing on that stage. After the assembly, everyone files out of the hall. I tried to stay at the back of the crowd. Pushing through will get everyone else annoyed. After all of us have things to do. Go on my lap, Kitty? Yeah, Kitty wants to get on my lap. Alright. Like now he matches my model. Now get yourself comfortable, Kitty, so I can read. Well, most of it actually. Maria told me that art sect members were excused for the rest of the day. Maria really cared for Jill. I can't imagine what she's feeling right now. My head's buzzing. I should go and do something to clear it. There's a dense wood nearby. One that has a ring path with lovely views and comforting scenery. A pleasant place where you can forget anything terrible. I've decided I'll walk it until sunset. That's what I usually do after a stressful assembly. Just a lovely stroll through the woods. As always, the trees are beautiful. The shade on the ground reveals only dappled patches of sunlight slipping through the lacework of leaves spread broadly over the canopy. The wet and earthy smell of the soil, the sounds of a gentle breeze rustling, branches brimming with flowers and fruits, the faraway chorus of songbirds. Whenever I'm surrounded by these sensations, I feel at ease. These are good things to write. As like as someone that writes as well, like these are good things that this is like a good tip to be descriptive like that, to take in the senses like what you see, what you smell, what you hear. Like those are really good descriptive words. So A+ for that paragraph. For a moment, I can believe that the Haven is truly paradise. Sniffer. Yeah, guys, sniff. I walk along one of many pleasure trails that branch off the ring path, all painstakingly designed by the architectural sect. They're fairly short, but they've always had enjoyable views. If I look hard enough through the trees, I can see some of the Haven buildings. I can't tell which ones, though. Kitty's gonna melt into a puddle. But eventually the trail comes to a stop. Kitty, don't touch the mic. And you get off my lap anyway. A little white picket gate marks its end and the beginning outside. Most Haven members aren't allowed to travel outside. As far as I know, only Lady Amaris and the sect heads can go past the barrier. I'm not sure why. I heard that some more daring people had gone outside before. Apparently there wasn't much to see. Maybe it's a safety thing to discourage people from leaving the island, but there isn't much reason to go beyond the island to begin with. All that lies in wait are insane lands filled with insane people. I don't know. Anyways, the punishment for wandering out here isn't too strict. If you're caught beyond the gate, you're usually warned or assigned minor chores like sweeping the dorms. So all of that said, I don't think it hurt for me to go to the beaten path a little. Take this walk a little further than normal. Oh yeah, the emotes. It's like might as well enjoy the ones you got from your gift subs. Speaking of emotes, I did talk with Ibi-chan. She's got her next opening is on the 30th, so I'm gonna reserve for the 30th to order more emotes since we did go past 15. It's like thanks to Squidchama, I have like 19 subscriber points. At 25, I'll get another slot, so I'm gonna order a bunch in advance. So, if we can get the 25 subscriber points, you guys can have both the Bongo Kitty and the Flail emote. Yeah, basically, as people subscribe, the tiers, I think it's like 1 point for tier 1, 3 points for tier 2, 6 points for tier 3 or some shit. Either way, when you get X amount of points, you unlock more emote slots. Like, you start off with 5, and then it just goes up. Yep, that's right. Yeah, I think it's, concurrent. So, like, if someone... Yeah, so it's like, I think it can go down, but, like, let's say I had 25, and then I go down to 23, I won't lose what I got unlocked at 25. So it can go down, but you don't lose the benefits if it does go down. Okay, let's continue. Besides, I'm not interested in leaving the Haven. It's the only home I know. Yeah, this is fine. This'll just be a little journey to clear my head. If I'm careful, I can satisfy my curiosity safely. I make my way to the gate. I prise it open with a rusty creak and step through. With the quick click of the gate snapping shut behind me, I begin my little journey outside. Yeah, 15 is the first tier, so now I have to aim for 25. And then I think it's like 35 after that. Like, if you Google Twitch emotes, it's like, they have like a whole chart that breaks it down. And I keep meaning to put it as like a little goal in my overlay, and I keep forgetting. It'll be there Saturday, if I remember. Yeah, what they said was right. There's not much about outside that's different from the rest of the forest. The wet and earthy smell of the soil. The sounds of a gentle breeze rustling, branches, blah, blah, blah. It's all the same things again and again, no matter how far I go. Well, I guess I should have expected this. This seems pretty in line with what the more daring members of the Haven had said. Maybe outside is just symbolic, a way to keep us all in check. Honestly, I've got no idea what goes on in Lady Amaris's head. Wait, hold on. What was that? Out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of something in the distance. I turn around. At this distance, I can't make out what the something is. What I can see, it looks gray and cubical in shape. I wonder what it is. A rock formation? A sculpture? A monument? Whatever it is, it intrigues me. I don't think it'd hurt for me to check it out. I leave the path entirely, step into the underbrush, and make a beeline towards the mysterious object in the distance. Aliens? As I approach, I realize this isn't just any object. It's a building! An unusual building. I've never seen one like this before. Back in the Haven, most of the buildings are made out of wood. This building seems to be made out of some hard gray material. Maybe I can go a little closer, find out a little more. If I'm caught, I won't get in too much trouble, right? I'll say I was just taking a look at something strange and new. Then I'll swear I'll never go here again. It'll be a quick peek, and then I'll go home. Yeah, just a quick peek. Nothing wrong with that. Up close, the gray material seems to have all sorts of bumps and cracks. I don't recognize it at all. I glide my hand against the material. Touching the bumps and indents on its surface is strangely soothing. With small steps, I slowly make my way around the building while tracing my hand across its walls. The walls don't seem very different from each other, apart from the placement of small moss patches on them and the various shapes of fine cracks across them. And then I get to the fourth wall. There's a doorway there at the very end. I pause for a moment to look around. No one is observing me in the woods. No one is coming out of the building. I am still completely alone. Completely alone to explore the building freely. I approach the doorway carefully to investigate further. The door is wide open. If I lean my body forward, I can see what the building is like inside. I crane my neck forward to take a peek into the room within. Stairs. From the limited amount of light, I can see the buildings inside are a ruin. The room is barren. No furniture, no lighting, not even a proper floor. All empty except for a single banister and some stairs. A staircase leading down into the earth. But a staircase to where? What might be in this building? What lies at the bottom? I can't believe I've never found this place before. It's so weird and fascinating. No, wait! Magda, you're outside! You'll get into trouble if someone finds you here. And if it's inside this building, a building no one knows about, in an off-limits area, you might get taken away this time. You don't want to get taken away, do you? Past year you've been trying to be a good girl. Why ruin what little reputation you have now? Anyways, there's probably a good reason this building's been hidden away from everyone else. Something really bad might be in there. Ah, I don't know. That. But one peek wouldn't hurt, right? Yeah, I'll just go in, explore the place for a little bit, then leave. My curiosity will be satisfied. I'll return to my normal life, and I'll pretend that this building never existed. And if I sense that someone's nearby, I'll dash out of here as soon as possible. Right. Sounds like a decent plan to me. Let's go. With the goal of knowing a little more under my belt, I make my way into the building. The room inside is dark, empty, and derelict. There's nothing here to be found besides the light streaming in from outside and the staircase leading to the lower floor. With nothing to see and nothing to do upstairs, I take the staircase down. As I descend, I tread lightly, making sure my footsteps don't echo through the building. Echo! A few minutes pass, and then I arrive at the floor below. The room that lies there is smaller and dimly lit by a single row of fluorescent lights. They catch my eye. Fluorescent lights are unusual. Back in Haven, most of us light our nights using beeswax candles from the community apiary. Only sect buildings use fluorescent lights. Other than the lights, this room is as empty as the one above it. The staircase still goes down further. If I go a little deeper, will I find something else? Well, I guess we'll find out. The rooms beneath the second one are largely the same. Small spaces with fluorescent lights. Some have steel cabinets. Others have doors. All of them are completely empty. I don't touch any of the doors. Of course, a part of me itched to open them. But I want to reach the bottom of the building first. As I go deeper and deeper, my mind frets. I need to find what I'm looking for and leave. I can't get caught. Eventually, I make it to the bottom of the staircase. I look around the clearing. The deepest room in the building is similar to the rooms on the floor above it. It stands empty. Yet another strip of fluorescent lights runs across its otherwise plain ceiling. All that's different is a pair of heavy metal doors in front of me. Well, I came all the way down here. I could just take a quick peek inside. It won't hurt. I can handle this. If it goes wrong, I'll just run for my life. That way I don't get in trouble again. I'm sure of it. Yeah, I just need to keep my wits about me. Muttering reassurances to myself in my head, I move forward and push the doors open. It's pitch black. Good. Definitely no one here. Yet in the dark, a loud humming sound resonates from within the room. I wonder where it's coming from. Maybe a light would help me. I bring one of my hands to the underside of my dress and search for my hidden pocket. To carry daily necessities such as snacks or medicine, most members of the Haven use the hidden pocket of their uniform dress. My pocket always holds a candle dish, a candlestick, and a little matchbox. With some fumbling, I slot the candlestick into the little holding spike at the dish's center. Then, taking the handle of the dish between my teeth, I open the matchbox and strike a match on the box's side. The match's amber glow brightens the room a little, but I'm too focused on lighting my candle to see what the light reveals. I remove the handle from my mouth and bring the match head to the candle's wick. Ah, that's a lot better. Now what do we have here? If you heard a thump just now, that was my cat. He's being naughty. It's like, you're gonna be getting an assembly soon if you don't want to. On my left, there's a desk filled with test tubes. A rack of scary-looking metal instruments. Stacks of sheets covered in cramped scrawls of unreadable handwriting. A winding mass of cables. To my right, there's diagrams. A shelf filled with heavily labeled books. More cables mirroring the arrangement on the right. In front of me, there's... Oh, there's a giant machine there. Not sure what it's for. when I walk a little closer to it, I notice there's the loud humming. I notice the loud humming is coming from its insides. Blue light emits from the screens below the machine. Guess I was wrong about the lab being pitch black. Better snuff my candle. That's how it shocks me. Strapped to the machine is someone I've never seen before. I don't even know if someone is the right word. They don't look human at all. Their head hangs low. They don't seem conscious. Their body is covered in wires, jetting in and out of their body. I stand on my heels to get a better look. Most of the wires are attached to their back. They got little head wings. I move even closer. Curly golden hair gleams in the blue light underneath. White wings hang from where their ears should be. Bloody bandages cover their long, lean frame. They're beautiful. They remind me of beings I had seen in picture books, back when I was little. Beautiful winged beings that stopped wars, helped the sick, and brought wisdom to humanity. What were they called again? It's right on the tip of my tongue. Suddenly I hear the echoes of footsteps. Idle chatter, both coming from the other side of the room. I flinch. Crap! I need to get out of here! I run towards the stairs. Frantically, I try to stuff my candle dish back into my pocket. As I leave, I think I see something. Ooh! It's like, we're busted. The being's head tilts. A glint of red from their eyes meets mine, and their mouth, caked in dried blood and hundreds of tiny cuts, begins to twist upwards. They're grinning at me. No. No. It's just a trick of my mind. I have to go, now. I run up the many flights of stairs. My legs ache, my breathing is sharp, and my footsteps echo loudly through the building. I no longer care about the noise. Right now, I can't get caught. I can't. I repeat this in my head again and again, as if saying it enough times will protect me from being discovered. I can't. Get me out of here! I reach the uppermost floor, and then I burst through the entrance. But even then, even out of the relative safety of the woods, I don't stop running. They could still catch me here. Can't get caught. I won't stop running until I'm far away from the building. Till I'm past the gate. Till I'm back at the start of the forest trail. So I'm right back where I started, right next to the assembly building. My back bows with exhaustion. My muscles are screaming, my lungs heave in and out. Sweat drips from my forehead, from the nape of my neck, from my arms onto the yellow-brown grass below. But I made it. I'm here. I'm safe. I can't get caught. That's what I told myself over and over and over again. In the end, I stand in the haven grounds once again. Uncaught. Unnoticed. Unscathed. For now. I'm not going back. I won't go back. That was way too close. My curiosity nearly got the better of me. I nearly went insane. God, I'm so tired. I'll just slowly head back home. By the time I reach the dorm building, it's already night. Thanks to the candles lighting the path outside, I found my way back. With some force, I open the door and step into the common room. Kitty's playing with his mouse. So, and it's like the mouse got his little bells on its tail. On a nearby couch, two Haven residents are chatting with each other. They don't notice my entrance. Whatever. If I loiter around here, they'll notice that and give me weird looks. Better head back to my room. Past the common room is a long corridor with many doors on each side of its walls. Behind each door is the standard Haven dorm where members go to sleep. Lady Amaris and the sect heads have a separate living space for the evenings. That's why we never see them once the day's over. Slowly, I make my way down the hallway. The wall that comes to greet me has its end, has only a single door. On its front, a simple wooden plate ring, room 108. My room. To get inside, I only need to turn the doorknob and push. In Haven, we have an honor code. Members are expected to follow Lady Amaris' rules. We can't enter dorms without their owner's explicit permission. Nor can we take others' private belongings without good reason to do so. If we break the rules, we're punished accordingly. Polishing up all the dining hall tables, sorting piles of documents for the research sect, or dealing with everyone's dorm room trash for a week are among the better penalties for minor offenses. At worst, a culprit is made the center of an assembly. Anyways, sticking to the rules is better for everyone. Once I twist the doorknob, room 108's door cracks open with a squeak. I make my way into the room. Ah, Grace isn't back yet. Sad not to see her, but I expected this. Lately, she's been working until 9 p.m. at night. The architectural sect loves to keep her busy. Must be working on something important. Grace is really organized, and I'm sure she'll do a nice job. I make my way to the small bookshelf in the center of her room. Carefully, I brush my fingertips over the spines of the lined-up books. Fairy tales, self-help guides, and Haven-made novellas are all passed over in quick succession. Finally, I stop at one spine, white with black lines, carefully tucked into a hard-to-see spot. With a little tug, the book is eased out of its niche. Work with me, body. I stand on my toes to make a ballpoint pen from a glass jar on top of the shelf. Then I sit on my bed, canopied by the tidy, empty bunk above it. Within the dorms, bunk beds are the standard sleeping arrangement. When people pair up with their roommates, picking bunks is a traditional Haven housewarming ritual. I don't remember how Grace and I became roommates, but I do know that we picked bunks through a game of rock, paper, scissors. I won the top bunk. Guess what the outcome was. Anyways, I open the book to a blank page, uncap my pen. This is my diary, a place where I can write my most secret thoughts, away from prying eyes. After I narrowly avoided the consequences of my assembly, Grace gave this to me as a gift. She said diaries help people cope with troubling thoughts. She thought it would help me too. Since then, I've used this diary religiously every day, but Grace has never seen what I've written. Grace is my close friend, but I don't know if she'd like... never mind. Don't think about things you can't control, Magda. Just focus on your writing. Right, okay. My mind's buzzing with stressful thoughts right now. When this happens, I need to focus on the positives. Yeah, positives. What was one good thing that happened to me today? Well, I guess there was this morning. Right, there you go. Dear Diary. Today, working in the art sect was a lot of fun. I made a lot of progress with my piece. The Paradise Tree theme I've come up with is really nice, and I love drawing so many beautiful birds. Maria was very supportive of my work, too. She's so kind and gentle to me. None of the other sects would give me a second chance, but she willingly took me on. I'm really happy she gave me the opportunity to prove myself. I hope she's doing okay despite everything that happened today. I love her. She's beautiful, generous, and talented. I want to be together with her. Haven would never allow it, though. Members and heads can't be anything more than friends. The potential for manipulation, abuse, and unfair treatment is too much for our community to risk. And besides, would you want me back like I want her? It's like, so the issue isn't the lesbian part, it's the power dynamic. Which is interesting. It's like, I'll give them credit. At least there's a somewhat justified reason. I don't know. Let's just keep those thoughts here. safely locked away. That's the best thing I can do right now. Signed, Magda. Ugh, that sprawled into something far less positive than I wanted. At least I wrote something, I guess. There's a knock. Door slowly opens. Grace is back. Her afternoon activities must have tired her out because she walks very slowly into the room. Hey, Grace. Busy day? Grace nods silently. Oh, are you writing in your diary again? Yeah, it's really useful. Thanks for giving it to me. I'm glad I could help. Actually, this is a rather weird question, but... But what? I've been wondering for a while. Magda, would you ever let me take a look at what you've written? I know the diary's meant to be, private to you and all, but I remember that you were a really great writer. I was wondering whether I could read some of your writing for myself. Oh wow, that's rather sudden. And Grace has always been my closest friend. I'm not completely against showing her my personal writing. Indeed, the small book that's on my lap contains all of my existing work. After my assembly, all of my writing sex stories were destroyed, but I'd rather not show her a lot of the stuff I wrote in my diary. Like, she might see my Magda X Maria fanfiction, if you know what I mean. It could make her nervous. Come on, Magda, you need to give Grace some sort of explanation quick. I don't put anything important in there. I haven't written anything great since I left the writing sect. This is just an outlet for my feelings. Grace squints her eyes, clearly not convinced by my excuse. She's known me for a long time. Why would she be? Sorry, Magda. I'm not sure I believe you. It's okay, though. If you really don't want to show me, I'll just get ready for bed. The look she gives me makes me pretty uncomfortable. Does she think I'm up to something? Well, I don't really want to make Grace suspicious of me, so maybe it wouldn't hurt to show her one entry, right? No, wait. I'll show you. Just let me find something, alright? Just one condition. I'm the one turning the pages, okay? Grace nods gently with a small smile. Okay. I trust you. I breathe a sigh of relief, then pick the book up, shielding it from Grace's view. Looking through the pages for something safe to show, I landed an entry from a couple weeks ago. Alright, this one should be okay. I placed the big book back down on my lap and swivel it around for Grace to read. When I wrote this, the architect wasn't busy with projects. I took the day to wander through the haven and enjoy the scenery. I wrote about the plants and animals I saw on that long and pleasant stroll. Squirrels and blackbirds, rose hips and elms, blue skies and warm, gentle sunshine. Among other things. Grace stares at the pages, mesmerized. Wow, you really are a beautiful writer. Why haven't you written another book? I'm sure the writing sect would. Oh, I forgot. Yeah. The writing sect made a point of not wanting me back, especially with Cerise around. She'd gut me if I tried openly writing anything again. Don't mention this to Grace. I don't know how she feels about Cerise. But Grace, I can still do this in private. This and the work I do for the art sect is enough for me. You gave me another chance. I'm happy I can still stay here with you. Yeah, I understand. I'm happy I gave you that chance. Same. With that, I get up from my bed to tuck my diary back into its bookshelf crevice. I sigh in relief. That didn't go as badly as expected. Why was I nervous around Grace anyways? I trust her. She saved me from an assembly, and more importantly, she's my closest and dearest friend. Yeah, I can trust her. I stretch my arms, still standing in front of the bookshelf. So, Grace, you gonna get ready for bed? Yes. Why do you ask? Can I come with you? To the bathrooms? That's alright, I mean. I don't mind. Like soap pajamas. I won't forget this time. We'll see about that. Anyway, we should get going before they get crowded. You know how we're about to hit the peak time. Right. I'll get my stuff straight away. After we wash up and get changed, we settle into bed. On the top bunk, Grace is reading an architectural textbook with her small candle lighting the pages nearby. I'm really tired from today, so I'm going to head to bed. I crawl under my sheets and curl up tight in the comforting dark of our room. Hey, Grace? Yes, Magda? Good night. And if I don't see you in the morning tomorrow, have a good day. You're very kind, Magda. You have a good night as well. I smile. I'm really lucky to have a friend like Grace. I don't know what I'd do without her. With those warm thoughts in my mind, I drift into a peaceful sleep. Oh. I'm dreaming. I know I'm dreaming. Everything here looks like it does in life. But the world around me is like the spider webs that grow in undusted corners of the dorm room hallways. Beautiful, but easy to destroy. Somehow, though, this dream feels different. It feels as though I'm viewing a projection. I can't interact with anything or anyone in front of me. It's almost like being in front of a movie, just without the crammed wooden benches and the whirs of a research sex projection machine. All I can do is watch and listen. Oh. Alright. Someone is there. Sitting on clouds, far up in the sky. They're looking down on something, cheek propped up in one hand. A wrinkled brow and lips pursed into a tiny frown. They're clearly upset by whatever they see down below. Wait, they look familiar. They're that being I saw in the mysterious building. That long gold hair, the pale skin, the wing ears, they're all the same, and yet they're not. Here they look healthier, younger, very much alive. I wonder, how'd they end up down there anyways? Suddenly, someone approaches the being. All I can tell is that they are tall. The shadow they cast is long and dark. But no matter how hard I try to catch a glimpse of their appearance, I just can't. They've got some aura. An aura that forces my hair to stand on end and my eyes to look down and away. Like my body unconsciously deems me unworthy of seeing them. They're clearly someone old and powerful. Kind of like Lady Amaris, only even scarier and more non-knowledgeable. Oh, my child. Why do you look to the earth once more? The being flinches, but does not turn back. Their eyes look upwards, acknowledging the arrival of the unfathomable presence behind them. The state of the world saddens me. Every day, everywhere, humankind tears itself to pieces. They are all becoming ensnared by unspeakable evils and losing sight of all things good and just. Why are we no longer able to help and guide them? How many times must I repeat myself? Higher power should no longer intervene in humanity's affairs. Our relationship to them is not what it was. Is not like it was 2,000 years ago. If we descend now as we have done in the past, our sacred powers and abilities would be revealed and stripped away from us. They have moved past revering us so they can fulfill their selfish exploits. Yes, I know. My child, do not roll your eyes at me. There is a reason we enforce this rule so strictly. Let us say you descend into one of the many human civilizations that dwell beneath the clouds. You arrive, make yourself known, and promptly announce that you will save them from evil by freeing them of their vices. How do you think they would react? They would react happily. I mean, if I knew everyone was showing me a path to paradise on Earth, I would be overjoyed to walk it. But you're not human, are you? Oh, humans do not behave like higher powers. Over millennia, I have observed how they have taken every opportunity that could have changed their ways. So allow me to tell you how they would respond. They would laugh. They would not see the harm they caused to others as wicked as long as they benefited from it in the end. They would jeer at you and drive you out of their settlements. They do not like the new status quo to be challenged, and they will realize you are indeed a valuable resource and not merely some foolish false prophet. They would capture you so they could use you. He was 100% right. They will perform experiments on you so that your mysteries are unveiled. They will learn about your abilities, your strengths, and your weaknesses. They will use you as a means to an end. They will take everything they can and leave nothing behind, nothing left of your mind, body, or soul. And then, not satisfied with consuming one higher power, they will use what they have learned to invade the higher realm and devour us all. Do you see why descending to them is an act of sheer foolishness? Oh. Humans cannot possibly be as evil as you say they are. Oh, it is natural to feel empathy for the inhabitants of a world we have overseen for millennia. But your views will no doubt change as you age. One day you will realize how much we higher powers now stand to lose. I see. Thank you. Bear in mind what I have stressed to you. Your home must always come first, young O. Oh, nods. The tall figure disappears, dissolving into the very air like a mirage. Your home must always come first, young O. Idiot. There's nothing to learn from your stupid lectures. I can't take powers like you seriously. You all just hide in clouds and pretend nothing is happening while the world burns below. Isn't it your duty to protect and guide humankind? Every day I see more cities destroyed over the pettiest of conflicts. More massacres, more deadly weapons. I can't take this. Nobody in the realm is doing what they should be doing anymore. If even the eldest of elders are shying away from their sworn duties, then a youngster will have to teach by example. And if they try to stop me, well, it's my sacred duty. Don't you agree? Magda? The dream stops. I can process everything I just witnessed. It's morning. I'm awake once again. Well, it's like the higher power was 100% right. It's like literally what the higher power said was going to happen is exactly what happened to you. Just saying. I rub my eyes. What? What was all that? Was that really just a dream? Did I have a vision? Domo etymology, thank you for the cheers. I'm doing good. It's like I got to get my hair cut and then I went out to dinner with my papa. So that was all good. And now we're reading this visual novel involving some unholy things. It's got lesbians in it, so that's pretty cool. Surely I didn't eat anything funny yesterday, right? Foraging troops in the forest sometimes identify wild species of mushrooms for the mushrooms we usually cook and eat. Yeah, it's like so far in the story, we basically live in this secluded island with all these girls, and we have to be holy and shit, or we'll get punished. And our main character, Magna, almost got in trouble once, but she was able to get out of it. And one day she was wandering through the forest, and she found this science lab building, and in the basement they had like some kind of angel creature in there. So now we just had a dream about said angel creature, who's probably mind linked to us now or something. And now we have to just make sure we don't get in trouble again. Because we could wind up being kicked out of the haven if that happens. And if we get kicked out, we have to deal with all the crazy people on the outside. And that would be bad. We typically dry and store them with all the other foods in the communal kitchen larder. Occasionally that means dinner ends up making a few haven actors act weird for a day or so. You see things aren't there, dream something so vividly they think it actually happened in reality. But the scope of their visions never go beyond the haven. When the island is your world, you've got no other point of reference. Yeah, my dream took place way up in the clouds, in a place I had never seen, much less traveled to. And no visions I've heard about had ever been about a being like the one I had seen. This being who knew about my name somehow. What was their name again? All right. Oh. Last night I tried to forget when I visited them by talking with Grace and getting some good sleep. I ended up dreaming about them instead. It's like my thoughts are drawn to their presence. Somehow I want to be near them again. I felt a nagging urge to go back outside and visit them once more. Are they making me feel this way? Is this urge one of those abilities I heard about in my dream? It's too early in the day for this. Last night I promised myself I wouldn't go back outside. Oh no, my cape's been stolen. I nearly got caught. I can't risk that again. Unless I want to be in the center of another assembly. I don't want to let Lady Amaris down, or give Cerise and Eve more reasons to... Well, if they found out what I did yesterday, they definitely come after me. Find some new way to make the rest of the Haven ostracize me. Even beat me up behind the art sect building. I don't want to go through that, so I need to forget about this vision or dream or whatever it is, about this person, whatever they're trying to get me to think about them or not. I have a pure mind, I have a pure heart, I can control my curiosity. Right. Now with that out of the way, let's make today a good day, shall we? After giving my arms and legs a nice long stretch, I hop out of bed. I dress myself and head to the bathroom near my room. There I clean my teeth, wash my face, brush my hair. Once I'm ready, I tie my hair ribbons. I love them a lot. They're adorable and they match my uniform. Even now, when most people try to stay away from me, I still want to give a good impression and to continue working well for our community. Being a good little Christian girl. Who's also a lesbian. Afterwards, I make my way through the dorm hall. Since the art sec's work starts fairly late, most of the other dorm rooms are empty. Most of the other members are eating breakfast or starting work in their sex. Grace is likely working already, so I never see her when I wake up. I hope she's doing okay with that project. Grace is a night owl, so I don't think she enjoys getting up early. I know that feel. Once I make my way to the end of the dorm hallway, I push open the front door and walk out of the building. Think I see the emote. The cafeteria is 5 minutes away. By the time I enter, it's still breakfast time. Thank goodness. At one of the dining stations, I pick up a bowl of rolled oats, an orange juice box, a red apple, and a spoon, you know. Lots of fiber. Then I go outside and sit on one of the many empty benches dotted around the dining complex. There's benches inside too, but the sun's out today. It'd be a shame to miss out on such beautiful weather. With my spoon, I gather a clump of oats within my bowl and shovel them into my mouth. As I eat them, I take in my surroundings. Oats, where's the French toast? French toast is a sin here! I wonder who else is eating this morning. They're familiar faces from the writing sect. We used to hang out with each other, exchanging tips and reading over exciting snippets of new works. Yeah, so our main character, Magna, used to work in the writing sect, but apparently she did something sinful that got her kicked out, and now she's in the art sect instead. So I guess she's about to reacquaint herself. Nowadays, their animated conversations grow quiet whenever I approach, and they turn away when I try to say hello. At this point, I don't really care who I sit with anymore. Eating alone has its own perks. Though, speaking of sitting with people, who else is here today? I swivel around in my seat, chewing on my oats, like a horse. Who's behind me? Oh god, no. I didn't think they would be here now. Oh god. Usually Cerise and Eve eat super early. Yeah, for context, these two were part of the assembly that got a girl kicked off the island. They're kind of assholes. Avoiding them was partially why I started eating later in the day. No one bothers you when there's barely anyone around. But today I didn't expect them to grab breakfast right in front of me. I think I'll just finish my rolled oats here. Yeah, I'll finish them up, then grab everything else and go. I can carry the apple and juice with me, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. If I'm lucky, they won't notice me. Oh, God! Yeah, look at her chatting with her friends without a care in the world. She knows what she did to me behind closed doors. I'm like, did I miss something? Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, it's like, I'll just sneak right past them and slap Cerise in the face. Yeah, look at her chatting with her friend. Okay, so I didn't miss anything. It just did a little jump scare. She knows what she did to me behind closed doors. Back in the writing sec, she took my old stories and shredded them so I couldn't take them home like everyone else. She used my personal work to make me the center of an assembly and made sure that all of it was destroyed. When I didn't get taken away, she beat me so hard that I couldn't move for a week. Cerise deserves hell. She's a jealous, spoiled bitch who lashes out at me when she doesn't get her way. In fact, she deserves way more than just a slap. What? These thoughts. I've never had thoughts like these before. Oh, wait, there's Eve there too. Seems like she's really taking her time with that porridge of hers. Why don't I help her up and shove her face in it? That cow always acts so high and mighty, so maybe eating like an animal will humble her. She loved rubbing in how much better Cerise's trash writing was during that assembly. I swear, Eve's like Cerise's lapdog. The head of the research sect at the beck and call of a low-ranking member? How shameful. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Where the hell are these thoughts coming from? I hate Cerise and Eve, but I've never thought anything like this before. No, wait. That's a stupid question. I already know, don't I? Those special abilities. That being in the basement. Those thoughts are from them, aren't they? Ugh. Well, wherever they're from, they're putting me at risk. The best thing I can do is resist them. No matter what Cerise and Eve did to me, I can't make room for any violent impulses. I must be good. I will be good. I am a member of the Haven. It raised and fed me because it cared for me. I must show the same kindness and care in turn. I must resist this temptation. I must be pure of heart and mind. Quickly, I piled rolled oats in my spoon and shoveled them into my mouth. Over and over and over and over. I can't focus on anything else but my food. I can't give room for these thoughts to come back to make me insane. I'm in no state to finish my apple and juice here. I'll just take them with me. I can have them on my way back to work. I need to get out of here. Now. The sooner, the better. Like, I ate it all. Yeah, it seems like our character Magda's just a little unhinged. I mean, on the other hand, I don't blame her for being mad at those two. Those two definitely seem like assholes. Like someone's about to do some sinning. I hurried straight to the Artsex building, all while sucking down my orange juice. The apple remains untouched, and in the end, I decided to save it as a mid-morning snack. I got to the cafeteria around 8:30 a.m. So if that's the case, and took me out to eat, work should be starting by now. Right. No more bad thoughts. What, kitty? Why do you cry, kitty? You want lap, kitty? Kitty wants lap. Come on, kitty. Kitty, come on. It's like it takes him a minute sometimes. There you go. Like, loves French toast. Yeah, French toast is good. Alright, kitty's on my lap. Alright, no more bad thoughts, just painting. It's like head empty, only paint. Let me take a deep breath. In and out. Yeah. There you are, Magda. Let's make the rest of the day a good one. I pushed the door open and walked into the studio. Oh! Ah, kitty! Nearly knocked over my mic. Ah, kitty! No, you're not going on my lap with that attitude. It's being naughty. Everyone is collecting their tools and going to their studio spaces. Work has definitely started. Following suit, I go to my personal shelf. It's like he almost tried to nip at me, and it's like when he nips at me, he does not get lap privileges anymore. He can't be naughty. He has to be a good boy if he wants to sit on my lap. I take out my watercolor pencils and sketchbook and make my way over to my studio space. Okay. Today's work, I'll continue to develop my painting project. Maria liked the thumbnail the most, so I'll draft its color scheme before I start painting the final piece. The birds on the tree look so beautiful. I can't wait to pick out their colors today. To think that a year ago I came to the art sect unsure if I'd ever love making art. Before that, writing had been my sole, all-consuming passion. Gonna eat the mic like Harlan has said to Cypher words one time. Yeah. Like he likes to headbutt the mic. The kitty, are you going to be a bad boy or are you going to be a good boy? Play with the feather. I gotta control the kitty. He's in a mood, I can tell. Before, writing has been my soul-consuming passion. Being forced out of the writing sect was painful. Now, though, I've really grown to treasure drawing. Instead of words, I can capture my surroundings and my feelings with beautiful shapes, delicate lines, and vibrant colors. Ria was kind enough to let me intersect despite the stigma that lingered around me. I can only try to be better where I am. After everything she's done for me, I want to produce work that she and Lady Amaris can be proud of. I've come a long way over 1 year. Kitty! I don't know what Kitty wants. You know what? Kitty, you need a break. Alright. Kitty's fine. I made him leave my room for the moment. Till he calms down. He's got the wide killer eyes. He's like, I want to murder something. It's like, I have the feather. It does not satisfy me. But speaking of Maria, I should know I make an effort to visit each studio by now, just to check on our progress. But today she's just sitting in a corner of a side room, staring outside an open window into the forest. Ah, I can't believe I nearly forgot about yesterday. Jail must still be on her mind. Losing someone you cared about is never easy. Assemblies may be common, but the fallout after them is hard. Wish I could do something to put her mind at ease. Nothing's stopping me. There's no reason I can't just get up from my seat to go comfort her. I thought it was done with these stupid thoughts. At least they're not violent this time. But still, I wish they'd just leave me alone. No, why? Why? Why am I dismissing my feelings? I know deep down what she is to me. I've got a window of opportunity now. I should take advantage of it. I should go to her. I could wrap my arms around her gently. Give her a soft kiss on the crown of her head. Hold her warm hands, interlacing our fingers together. So lewd. I thought about something like this for so long. Maybe if I'm lucky, maybe in need of her need for comfort, she'll let me tell her how I really feel. I don't care if relationships between heads and members are forbidden. This isn't very say-so. No, it's not. Now that jail is gone, I want her to know that I'll be there for her. I want her to know how much she means to me. How much I owe my happiness to her. I want her to know it deep down. This is actually really sweet, and I'm saying it in such a sinister voice. This isn't sweet and you know it. I know, this is... I get the feeling this is going down the yandere hole. I've seen where this is... like, I've seen enough anime to know where this is going. I want her to know how deeply I want her. Ah, please! Yeah, this is obsessive yandere to a T, exactly. It's a good thing I checked the history. Because it's like it flashes away really quick. So sometimes you miss it. Yeah. Please! I can't deal with this anymore. I get up from my stool and march towards the bathroom. With some force, I drench one of the old rusty sink faucets open. The pipes gurgle below and soon a steady stream of water rushes from the tap. I cup my hands and put them under the gushing stream. In my palms, the cold water rises fast. Quickly, I splash the water on my face. Once, twice, 3 times, again, again, again. I keep on splashing until all I can think about is the coolness around my soaked collar, hair and face, and the sound of the water flowing down the sink pipe. Right. After cooling down like this, those thoughts should leave me well alone. Let's take a good look at the mirror and see where I need to dry my face off. Huh? Oh, shit. My reflection isn't my own. A golden face stares back at me, smiling serenely, fingers frozen in a beckoning curl. Oh? Squeeze my eyes shut and shake my head. When I open them, I see my own reflection once more. They really want me to remember them, huh? I can't go back outside. I don't want to get in trouble again. I really don't. This is getting frightening. I don't know what'll happen if I keep ignoring O's presence. They said they had mystical power. Other than this and my strange dream last night. They haven't done anything weird to me yet. Somehow, though, my gut tells me they'll get me in serious trouble. One way or another. Maybe going back is for the best. I don't know what they're capable of. They might force me to do something terrible. Or they might make me act my own impulses. They might make my fanfics canon. Only one of these options is in my control. The other is surrounded by all sorts of uncomfortable uncertainties. I guess I have no choice. I need to go back. Tonight. I can only hope I don't get caught. Oh, so naughty. The rest of the morning proceeds in a fairly standard fashion. I figured out the colors I wanted to use for the birds. They're bright and cheerful. If Maria sees them, I hope they will make her feel a little better. I can't get any more strange thoughts earlier. I didn't get any more strange thoughts earlier, which is a relief. Throat. Yet I feel an underlying sense of dread. I still have to follow through with my dangerous decision. I can't imagine what O would do to me if I bailed at the last second. Outside, here we come. I'll go get dinner afterwards. I just need to make sure that no one sees me, or hears me, or knows that I left in the first place. Yeah. I need to be very, very careful. But if this goes well, then I can pretend that none of this ever happened and return to my normal life. Even though I said that last time, and it went horribly. No one will suspect me. I'll continue paying with Maria. I'll continue talking with Grace. It'll be business as usual once again. I put away my project materials and leave the art sect. Last time, a forest passed near the assembly building got me outside, so if I look hard enough in that area again, I should find O's building. I straighten my back and puff out my chest. There's no turning back now. With that, I march towards the assembly building with as much confidence as I can muster. If I can convince them to leave me alone for good, my normal life in the Haven will stay normal. Yeah, that's the plan. I will not go insane because of them. No lewd hand-holding for me! Oh no. This is bad. Very, very bad. I knew that something was off with Magna. I didn't think following her would lead to this. After what Magna went through, though, I never thought she'd break the Haven's rules again. What am I supposed to do now? I know I'm supposed to tell Lady amorous about suspicious behavior. That's a critical haven rule. But Magnus my... I don't want to see her get hurt again. I don't know what to do. You could, keep your mouth shut. Took some time for me to get there, but I'm now at the entrance of the building. I can't hesitate anymore. Better fix this problem here and now. Any fear or indecision will only get in the way of what I need to do. Quickly, I make my way down the dark flight of stairs. As I go deeper and deeper down, I catch brief glimpses of shelves and doors, still close, still ever mysterious. They don't matter. Getting to the basement does. All I need to do is get into the lab, get that being to leave me alone, and then get out. Simple. Finally, I reach the basement. The lab doors stand in front of me, just as imposing as they were yesterday. I take out my candle stub, my candle dish, and a box of matches. I assemble the candle. I light the whisk. I enter the lab. Not much has changed. The only sign anyone else having been in this room is that the papers on the desk seem to have been rearranged. The scientific equipment and tools lie strewn around as before. The wires remain tangled, carpeting the cold tile floor. The imposing machine at its heart hums in a quiet drone. And the being in the center of the room, that still sits where they always were, hooked up to cables in the center of the room. I march right up to them. They still seem unconscious. Let's hope getting their attention works, or else there wasn't any point into me taking this risk again. Psst. They don't move. Wonder whether they even heard me. Guess it wouldn't hurt if I tried again. Maybe we'll give them a little prod, too. Psst. Still nothing from them. I really don't want to speak any louder. I'm desperately trying to avoid doing anything that can give away my presence. But if it means sorting out this problem once for all... Psst! Hey! Finally, the message seems to get through. They stir. Their head bobs upwards. Their eyes open. For the first time, I meet their powerful gaze. Their eyes. They're red and shiny, glittering with light. In the warm glow of my candle flame, they remind me of winter berries. Bright, tempting, and extraordinarily deadly. They're beautiful. I can't look away. It's impossible to stop staring. It feels like I'm losing my train of thought. Losing my needs, my worries, perhaps even the reason I'm here. All to keep basking in that stunning gaze. I'm going to... Excuse me. Their voice jolts me back to the present. What's going on again? Why am I here? Ugh, my eyes. You saw them, didn't you? I briefly look up their face again. I see their scarlet stare. Yes? Think so? I apologize. They have that effect. Not that many could claim to have a gaze as enticing as mine. But I'm getting the sense that you're not here to get a better look at me. Are you? Who are you anyways? Well, my name's... Hold on. Now I'm remembering why I'm here. I can't sit around answering those pointless questions. Never mind. That's not important. Oh, you're the kind of person who asks questions first. Makes their introductions later. You're no fun. Their eyes roll in clear boredom. For some reason, their flippant demeanor makes my skin crawl. I grimace. Look, I'd love to sit down and get to know you, but I'm not. Wait. Like she keeps cutting her off. Wait, I recognize you. You're that human who visited me earlier, aren't you? What? How do you know that? Saw him yesterday. Could have been from a distance in the dark. Well, after they did it, it's probably not worth lying to them. They probably know who I am. Yes, you're Magda. You visited me because of that dream I sent you, yes? I knew it. They sent that dream to me. Yeah, that's partly it. So you know who I already am, yes? Huh? Your dream told me as much. Your name's O, isn't that right? Indeed it is. But please call me Nils. O is so formal. Alright, Nils. Now can we quit the small talk and get to why I'm here? By all means. You came to me, so I'll lend you an ear. Okay. This morning, I start having extremely weird thoughts. I felt violent, impulsive anger towards people I've been trying to avoid. I felt dangerous, unhinged desire towards people I care about. I've never had thoughts like these before. Never in all my life. Did you have anything to do with them? Why does it matter? They're terrifying, that's why. For the past year, I've been trying to behave. I'm scared that your thoughts or whatever will cause something bad to happen. I might act impulsively and get punished. I might try to repress them, lose control, and get punished. At worst, I might control myself in some harmful, unethical way and get punished. See, Nils, I don't have the best reputation in the Haven. As is, I'm walking a thin line between staying there and being forced out for good. I don't want that. Because the Haven is the only home I've ever known. You could rip it away from me in an instant. So please, you're the one sending those thoughts. Please stop. Leave me alone. I see. Magda, I understand completely. I can tell these thoughts distress you. You're scared that I'll take away your friends, your family, your loved ones. It's true. I am responsible for making these thoughts appear. And for that, I apologize. But Magda, I didn't make the thoughts themselves. Those thoughts, they're very much your own. All I did was amplify your subconscious. In other words, I made the murmurs of your heart audible. Wait, they're my own? How's that supposed to make me feel better? Well, you're rather good at muffling those thoughts. And flying took quite a bit of energy out of me. Not that I have much left. If I didn't make you aware of them, you would have never returned to me. So now that I'm here, are you going to get rid of those thoughts or not? I will. Since you risk so much to be here, I'll leave you be. Finally. Well, for the rest of the day. Hold on! Just for the rest of the day, but it's nearly over. Should this agreement be permanent? I can't promise that. What? I came all this way to ask you to stop bothering me. Right now I'm breaking one of the most important rules in the Haven, and now you're telling me that you might do it again? Well, think of it this way. I've just done you a favor. You remain undisturbed. You abide whatever rules you need to follow. You live your normal life exactly as you wanted. But in return, you need to do something for me. That's how favors work, right? So, whenever you think these disturbing thoughts, come visit me. I'll be like a homing signal of sorts. The cry of a weak and feeble creature begging for some company. A simple existence, simply asking for one act of kindness. No. First of all, I never agreed to any of this. I've literally just met you. The dreams, the visions, the crazy thoughts and feelings. You've caused all of my problems today. There's no favor for me to begin with. Secondly, how many times do I need to repeat that I'm not supposed to be here? Or why it puts me at risk. If you want company so badly, go find somebody else. Alas, I don't have anyone else. The other humans who visit me are cold and cruel. It's awfully lonely. You understand what it's like to be alone, right? Your body aches all over. You have so much to say, but no one to say it to. You might as well be a crack on the wall. Pain is uniquely terrible. You know this. I know you're going through a lot right now. I had to flick through your thoughts and memories to send my dream to you. Old friends no longer wanting to be seen with you. Your reputation tainting you like a disease. The bullying that people get away with. Because somehow they feel that you haven't been punished enough. Not even the people who care about you know what it's like to be you. Know what you go through every day. Know the unfairness of how you live. But Magda, I do. Like you. I know what it's like to be isolated. To be dealt an unfair hand in life. Oh, Kitty's been let back in. To have no one get you. You wouldn't leave someone like you to suffer, would you? Magda, I've been here for a very long time. Eternity, even. I don't think I have much time left. Staying conscious has been a struggle. The other humans who come here, they've hurt me a lot. I've put up with that for a long time, all by myself, in this dark, dirty place. But I can't go on forever, you know. So Magda, I know we've just met. I know you have every reason to be scared, to be skeptical, to be angry with me. But I don't want to die alone. Even if you say nothing to me, I really would appreciate every visit you'd make. No one else could understand me like you do. But at the end of the day, what you choose is ultimately up to you. Sooner or later, you'll be free from my thoughts anyway. I'm sorry, Nils. That was mean of me. I don't know what you've been through. I guess giving you some company wouldn't hurt. I'm glad you understand. But even if I do visit in the future, I really can't handle more of those thoughts. Please stop making me think that way. Alright, it's a deal. I'll tone them down, and I promise I won't send them at all unless I need you. You swear? Nils paused for a second. He'd be carefully considering the response. Yes, I promise. I don't know whether or not to believe them, but for the moment, I choose to. Good. Thanks. I just hope you don't make me visit anytime soon. I accidentally double-clicked. Footsteps. Yeah, this game does the thing where it's like to show the person's being interrupted, it'll automatically proceed the text. So I'm like, did I double tap? And it's like, no, it just did it automatically. Whatever. Crap, they're coming. I've got to go, Nils. Now. I'll see you whenever you need me. Goodbye, Magda. I look forward to seeing you again. Oh, I guess progress was made. No more, naughty thoughts for the moment. I rushed towards the doors behind me. I make my way up the many flights of stairs and dash out of the building. As I rush through the forest and back onto the nature trails, my stomach twists with anxiety. Ugh, can't believe I let them have the upper hand there. I swore I'd never visit them again. Now I have to see them whenever they call for me. I was hoping to end this once and for all. At least it won't last forever. I just need to be careful. Yeah. If I'm careful, then I won't get caught. All you need to do is give Nils some company until they can't see me anymore. Then I'll get back to my normal life. Simple enough. Right? After some time, I finally returned to the architect building. Lunch is long past, and a handful of sect members are filing in from the dining hall, satisfied and ready to return to work. I, on the other hand, am starving. But food must wait. I'll have to hold on until dinner. I turn to my art piece once again, prompting myself to start work. No matter how many times I look at my newly made color notes, or pick up and put down a pencil or paintbrush in anticipation, I can't get myself to make a single mark on paper. Concentration is increasingly out of the question. I've got too much on my mind as is. I look around the studio over the side of my easel. Maria hasn't moved from her corner by the window. Her sadness is notable even all the way from here. Does anyone else notice how she's been feeling? Did someone reach out to her when I wasn't here? I wonder. Does anyone else feel as sad about jail as she does? Even if they don't say it, or can't say it, the urge to walk over to comfort her strikes again. As soon as the feeling presents itself, I'm immediately reminded of this morning. Or I just came from today. Or I just roped myself into some hour or two ago. The presence of Nils dominates my thoughts. I visited him not once, but twice. On the second, I came in hoping I'd stop the sanity they put me through over the last 2 days. I came up promising I'd see them again. What the hell did I do that? I feel badly this time. It would be nice to talk openly with someone who seems to get me. Now that I think about it, just screw myself over again. If I had only gone to that outside building once, I could have easily made some silly excuse to anyone who found out I was there. Whoops! I actually found this weird building while scouting some foraging sites for the kitchen. I looked around the place but couldn't find any bushes or berries in season. Gee, I sure am adult! Ho ho! I wanted to find references to sketch for the painting I was doing for an old writing fables section, and then I ended up at that place. Sorry. I saw a structure in the distance in one of my nature walks. My curiosity got the better of me, but I won't do it again, I promise. Okay, using my toothbrush to clean the dorm toilets for the next 2 weeks. Obviously, I would have been punished regardless of the excuse, but I went to that building twice. with just under a day's time between each visit. That alone would make my punishment even more severe. As someone who I've been inside and explored it, there'd definitely be another apologia assembly about me. I can't go through that again. Even if Nils is dying, even if they are alone, in pain, in a dark, gloomy lab, I still don't want to see them. My mind's a mess. Like, that's an understatement. Maybe my hunger is getting to me more than I anticipated. Yeah, that's it. I was trying to get some more work done and then I'll eat a filling dinner. Maybe my thoughts will be clearer by then. In the end, I didn't get much done. My tree of paradise remained a sketch on paper filled with neither life nor color. Afterwards, I left the sect building to go to the dining hall for dinner. There, I took a small slice of shepherd's pie, cushioned against a dollop of mashed potatoes and some peas. All of it was filling, but bland. Dessert was fruit cups and scones with jam. The roll cakes promised on the weekly menu had already run out. How disappointing. As I ate my subpar dinner, I went back home. I wasn't expecting the day to be as long as it was. And the food didn't help one bit. My thoughts still haven't cleared up. My head hurts so much for all the stress. I think I'll just rest a bit. I lie down on my bed, flat on my belly, and mash my face into my pillow. Yeah, that feels a little better. Nice and cool. If I just focus on my breathing, maybe I can relax and collect myself. I'll just lie here and take a knock at the door. It clicks and creaks open. Any possibility of an early sleep goes out the window. Talking to Grace might help too. Grace makes her way into the room. I pick my head up from my pillow and give her a little wave. With tired eyes, she looks at me. She doesn't wave back. Long day? Grace hums and nods. Yeah, me too. It's clear that all of her energy's been sapped. The architecture sect kept her up again. I know you're probably not in the mood to chat. Grace didn't seem very responsive. Wow, they must have been really harsh on her today. I guess I'll let her know that I see how hard she works on the daily. Maybe it'll cheer her up having someone appreciate her efforts. So I'm Grace. I've noticed something about you recently. I'll just speak my mind, I guess. Okay. I don't know if I told you this before, but your work ethic for your sect techs is incredible. I'm impressed. I didn't think I could ever do as much as you do. Yeah, but I don't have much free time now. I can't chat with my friends, carrying any of the novels, collecting dust on my bookcase. Even my meals don't last longer than a half hour. It's one project after another with these new developments. I can't even imagine, but once you're done with all this, I think you should ask for a break from work. I really do. Like whoever's running your sect, whether it's your head, the head team, or even Lady Amaris, just figure out how you can get them to give you a break. You need it. You say that like it's easy. But you get the idea, right? You need to take some time for yourself once the hard work is over with. Well, regardless of whether they give it to you or not, I think you deserve something special. When you're done with the worst of your projects, I'll treat you. I'll get you some sweets from the tuck shop nearby the dining hall. Cherry gummies. Candy-coated chocolate drops. Fruit gummy. Those nonpareils or whatever they're called again. Sour belts in every flavor and color. You name it, I'll get it for you. The shopkeepers don't like me very much. But if I'm paying for your snacks, they can't complain. They know how hard you work. So, does that sound good? Grace nods slowly, almost imperceptibly. I can't tell if she's really listening to me. That's nice, Magda. Yeah, she's listening. She's definitely listening. I'm convinced she is. So that's a plan. Grace all done with work. Let me know what she's craving. I'll go there and get her all those things. Buy all the candy. Yeah. Talking to her puts me at ease. Grace is such a good friend to me. She's gentle and kind. She's smart and helpful. And she really saved me last year when I thought I was gone for good. I'm glad she's in my life. So, if I'm caught trying to visit Nils... Why didn't I realize this earlier? Grace could help me out again. All this time, I had a really good friend by my side. Someone who knows what I'm dealing with, at least to some extent. Someone I care about a lot. Someone who cares for me. If I'm careful, then maybe I can get out of this situation all right. Yeah. I'll just play my cards right and everything will be fine. I'll build the company they want, and then after all that's said and done, I'll turn my normal life into Haven. God, Magna is really the definition of, this is fine. Like, she is literally that meme. My future suddenly seems a little brighter. In a burst of newfound confidence, I jump up from the bed. Surprised, Grace jumps back a bit. Hey, Grace? Want to get cleaned up together? Beat the evening rush? Grace shakes her head. I think I'll do it a little later. You know, exhausting day and all. Right, sorry about that. But hey, no sweat. I'll be back soon, okay? Okay. I take my pajamas and start to make my way out of the room. My hand clasps with the doorknob, ready to turn. I feel a tug against the hem of my skirts. I turn around. Grace's hand is clapped to the fabric, stopping me in my tracks. Oh, wait, Magda. Yeah, what's up? If I'm not in the room by the time you come back, please don't worry. I promised another friend that I'd meet her tonight. You know, outside of the dorms. I need to ask her for help with something. So please don't worry about waiting for me this evening. You can head straight to bed. I'll clean up and get to sleep later. Gotcha. In that case, have a good night, Grace. Yeah. You too. With that, I walk out of the room, making sure to close the door behind me before I go. Right. I need to get going. Should be here any minute. Oh, I think we switched to Grace's point of view. If I recall correctly, we're going to meet... Psst, Grace. I'm over here. Great. I'll be there in a moment. It's been a while since we've talked together, Grace. Same to you, Cerise. It sure has been a while. How's your project? You look super tired. I swear, if I get close enough to look at you, I see... Cerise, please. Sorry, hold habit. But seriously, why are you spending so many hours in the architectural deck? I've never seen anyone here work like you do. You know you're allowed to take breaks, right? Hell, even Eve takes time off. And she's like the textbook definition of hardworking. I know. I've seen her work for the research sect. Her output is truly incredible. Yeah, so unfortunately, it's like while Magna's trying to do her thing, Grace went out to meet with Cerise, which is not good because we know Cerise is a bitch. I wish I could be like her someday. Look, Grace, I know why you're working so hard. You want to prove to Lady Amaris that you're worthy of being the next head of the architectural sect. That you've got the drive and the diligence for that kind of responsibility. But if you want to prove that you can sustain the effort, you should pace yourself. Frankly, you need to. If you don't, well, you'll burn out like crazy. I've seen it happen to other writing sect members. It's seriously tragic. They can't write for weeks on end. So bottom line, don't do that to yourself, okay? Okay. I get it. I'll try and stop work a little early in the future. If it helps, though, I'm getting Eve to put in a word for you at the next sect head meet. Sound good? You're very kind, Cerise. I really appreciate it. If you do end up doing that, please tell Eve that I said thank you too. I don't want her to think I forgot about her earlier. No problem. I'm always happy to help a friend. Can I talk about why I asked to meet you, though? Sure, shoot. How do I put this? Well, it's about... Oh, I know that look on your face. It's about Magda, huh? Yeah, I knew it. What's going on with her? How should I say this? How should I bring up the subject? I like Magna. Cerise hates her. Cerise has always borne a grudge against her, even before Magna's assembly happened. Cerise will almost certainly tell Eve everything I tell her now. If I speak, Magna will get into trouble again. I don't want her to be in trouble more than she has to be. Not after everything she's been through, everything she's still going through, but at the same time, I saw Magna go outside. That curiosity of hers, it's hurt her once before. Those dangerous stories she penned while she was still on the writings that came from it. I'm scared it's gonna hurt her again. That she hasn't learned to rein it in like she was supposed to. That she might even go insane. I defended Magna from her assembly because I believed that she could protect herself from these impulses. Because I believed in her goodness as my dear friend. Would I really be a good friend if I don't stop Magna from going insane? So, let's tell Cerise part of the story and see where things go. I guess that's my best option right now. Please don't get too angry at Magna for what I'm about to tell you, for my sake.
You know how I feel about her, Grace. But fine. I'll hold back for you.
Thank you, Cerise. I appreciate it. I'm worried about Magna. This morning I went on a walk to assess the older nature trails that the architecture set had built some time ago. Whilst I was checking the path sign near the assembly building, I caught a glimpse of her on a walk. Out of curiosity, I decided to follow her just to check on what she was doing. Following one of the trails, she went into the woods. Then she went off trail. Cerise. Well, she's sassy, so I'm gonna give her a sassy voice. It's her sassiness that got someone kicked off the island. Cerise, she went outside! And the thing is, I don't think she went there accidentally. She didn't seem to be wandering or meandering. She looked like she knew what she was doing. And because of that, I'm scared of that Magna. That Magna will end up like the people outside the Haven. You know, she'll go insane.
So, why are you telling me all of this?
Because I can't tell Magna that I saw her out there. If I told her, she'd never trust me again. Never be able to help her anymore. I'd never be able to forgive myself. I had to tell someone else to get this off my chest. And as her friend, I want to guide her back on the right path before it's too late.
Sorry, Grace. I can't hold my tongue anymore. It's already too late for her. I had a hunch that bitch would cause trouble again.
Cerise.
Listen, Grace. You know pardoning Magna is an assembly was a huge risk, right? No one in the Haven had ever done that before. Lady Amaris and most of the sect heads took a chance on her talent, and the good things you had to say about her. That small mercy on her part was what spared her from going away for good. Of course, I was fully against it. Eve, too. We both recognized Magna had a dangerous element in her. One that threatened the Haven with mere presence. So I'm not completely unsurprised. Sooner or later she'll make someone else go insane. I know she will. You know why the assemblies are zero tolerance. Why people like Jill can't come back even if we want them to. It's not just to set an example, it's to protect us. Once somebody takes a drop in insanity, they'll do everything in their power to get more. They always do. They get worse and worse, even more ravenous, even more depraved. No matter how many times we literally try to beat it out of them. And you know, most of the Haven's members could easily go insane. Whether they say it or not, they can't control their vices. Violence, lust, greed, you name it, they're probably holding some insane vice in secret. Magna is a walking flame for their kindling. If she goes insane, most of the Haven will go insane with her. Except us. People like me, you, Eve, and Lady Amaris, we're exceptions to the rule. We've got good track records, and we're really pure mind and heart. And that's why we need to keep an eye on her.
She's literally the epitome of everyone is stupid except me. But in this case, it's everyone is pure except... everyone is corrupt except me. More like pure fart. Yeah, exactly. I understand. I expected this from Cerise. I guess not telling her everything I saw was a good idea. I understand why she feels this way. I really do. I care about the Haven as much as she does, but to be honest, I think some of her hatred of Magna stems from pure jealousy. Back when Magna was in the writing sect, Cerise was always one step behind her as a writer. She envied all that praise her work received and was always looking for ways to get an edge over her. So when she found Magna's private stories a year ago, well, that was perfect evidence for her needs. What did What she did was obvious. Grace, why the fuck are you talking with her then? You fucking idiot. I didn't want to go back to that stressful time.
Grace, I don't...
Cerise? Huh? Cerise's voice started to shake. Her eyes are watering, her lip is quivering, and her cheeks are turning bright red. It's okay, Cerise. It's okay.
I'm terrified, Grace. I'm terrified of what would happen to the Haven. To me. To Eve. To you. I don't want Magna to do anything to you. I want what's best for you. You know that, right?
So you understand why.
I feel this way about Magna, right? Because I don't want you to end up like Jill did. So many people gone insane already. Good, talented people. I don't want to lose you. I can't lose someone I care about.
I know, Cerise. I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. But, I'll try my best to sort it out as soon as I can. On my own. I just need someone to listen to me. Tell me get off my mind.
Fine. But if Magna gets up to any other business, give me a shout, okay? You don't have to do this alone. I'm always willing to help.
I know. And I will if I need anything.
So we're good, yeah?
Everything's okay. This is fine.
I'll see you around then. I actually have to head back to bed anyways.
Yeah, something about a writing project. Again, this game likes to skip interruptions. Whatever. Turns out the trails I expected to need me to be re-cleared and reconstructed after all.
Right. I nearly forgot I was talking your ear off about taking a break just a few minutes ago. Well, take care now. Good night, Grace.
Good night, Cerise.
My stomach's twisted in a tight knot of anxiety. I feel sick to my core. Talking didn't make me feel better at all.
Yeah, in fact, I think you made the problem worse. In fact, no, I think I feel a whole lot worse. Probably because you talked to the wrong person! It's morning again. My dream was a dreamless one. Totally unmemorable. Guess no clip their promise will bug me less. Alright, so we're back to Magna's POV. Like we were with Grace and Cerise, and now we're back to Magna. It's a whole new day. Let's go. Honestly, I'm relieved. Today's just gonna be another normal day. I push myself out of bed and stretch my arms. Time to start my morning routine. I head over to the bathrooms. I wash my face and brush my teeth. Get changed in one of the cubicles. Tie my hair ribbons in one again. And then to breakfast. Hope that I do something good today. I'm crossing my fingers for something savory. Buttered waffles, cheese-filled pancakes, omelets bursting with roasted vegetables. I finally reached the dining hall and walked up to check out the morning menu posted outside on the meal bulletin. Aw, it's just scrambled eggs and French toast. Well, there's your French toast! Whoever's wondering about the French toast, here it is. It was just today's French toast day. Good for the people who like French toast, but I guess eggs with some salt and pepper will do for now. I guess Magna doesn't like French toast. I'll put an apple in a juice box in my tray too. Guess it'll be yet another average breakfast. Once I finish my meal and put my cutlery and plates away for cleaning, I make my way over to the Arts Ex building. I think concentrating on my painting will be a lot easier than it has been these past few days. I can't wait to finally make some real progress. I hope Maria is feeling a little bit better. Friendship with MC ended, no French toast. Yeah, unfortunately she doesn't like French toast. Maybe my work will bring a little cheer to her too. Now what should I do today? I should decide on what patterns should be around the border, or add new details to the sketch, or even get started on the base flats, or... What? Huh? Eve's right in front of the Arts Ex building. She's looking around as though she's searching for something, or someone. I guess I'll take the long way around to the back exit. I really don't want to have to deal with her today if I don't have to. But what's she even doing here? As a head, Eve is constantly at work. She's not grappling with research sect projects. She's managing her sect team, assessing problems brought to her attention, and carrying out the social responsibilities of her position. Dealing with Cerise has always been a bigger problem for me than dealing with her. Yet for someone so busy, she sure is far away from her own sect. Knowing her coming all this way out to art sect wouldn't even be at the top of her list of priorities on a regular day, unless... Oh no, no. She turns her head. Her gaze snaps onto me. I'm in trouble again, aren't I? Magda, can I speak with you privately? Eve's direct question confirms the suspicions of my rapidly growing dread. There's no way I can escape this confrontation. I can't even ignore her. It's not allowed. Eve's a sect head. I grip my skirts, disguising myself. So there's no question I'll get distressed by whatever she has to say. I was focused all on the fabric of my fists. Concentrating on something else will help me take the sting out of the conversation. Okay. Come aside. This won't take long, I assure you. Eve gestures to a large tree close to the back of the art sex building. I grab my skirts even tighter than allowed. In a few paces, she turns her head back to check that I'm still there, that I haven't run off. We both reach the tree, and Eve turns to face me again. Magna, please stand there. She gestures to a spot in front of the tree, a patch of grass enclosed in its old large roots. The choice of spot appears intentional on her part. The roots surrounding it are large and would easily slow any attempt I might make to dash away from here. I move to the spot she indicates. Put your back to the tree trunk. I step back until my spine is flush to the rough bark behind me. And when I next speak, I expect you to give me full eye contact. You will listen to every word I say. My eyes focus on hers. I nod again. Beyond the standard consequences of disobeying a sect head, disobeying Eve came with its own unique punishments. Once, I was assigned to give Eve a monthly report from the art sect. When she addressed me, she asked me to give her eye contact. Out of fear, I forgore. But for Eve, this slight failure to follow instructions warranted retaliation. She made me clean the research sect floors for a week. Eve's eyes narrow. 2 little black drops fixed in her sockets. I know you're up to something, Magda. What are you talking about? What am I up to? I don't understand. Don't act coy around me. You've been breaking the Haven's rules again, haven't you? The things I've heard about you recently? The things I just learned? Trespassing on forbidden territory? Entering forbidden buildings? Investigating forbidden subjects? Are only some of the things I've heard people say you're now involved in. Really, Magda? I never expected much from you. But this is obscene. How does Eve know about my trips outside? I can't let her know she's caught me. She'll really rub it in if she's proven right. The community's been watching you. A lot more than you think. And it seems our fears about you not stringing yourself out were confirmed. On several fronts. Eve drops a little closer. Her voice drops to a whisper. You know, I never thought... the timing for Din Din time. I never thought you deserved that second chance. She says this as though her hating my guts would be new sun revelation to me. It's like, I know you hate me. Not after all the disgusting things you wrote in secret. From one look, I knew it was the brainchild of someone fundamentally dangerous. Just fanfics. A capital T threat. And now you're at it again, doing things you shouldn't be doing. Honestly, it's a miracle you didn't screw up for over a year. Anyways, we know you've been acting out of line. We are watching you closely. And we will be taking note of your actions. I won't let any more disgrace befall Lady Almaris because of you. Eve, what's all this? This last year, I've been on my best behavior. I've only made little slip-ups, like everyone else does. Plead to Cerise then. She was the one who told me about you this morning. You what? My point has been proven. Of course, Cerise was part of all this, of course, but there's no way she would be spying on me. No way at all. Everyone knows she's working on a massive novel right now. She doesn't have the time to monitor me all day, so someone else had to tell Cerise about me. Someone who might have known what I've been doing. But if that's the case, then who told Cerise? A friend of hers. That's all. I trust what I've heard, though. Cerise carefully considers her sources of information before talking to me. And knowing you and what you've always been like, I believe every word of that girl's judgment. Anyways, I've expected to return to the research sec soon. Plenty of more important things for me to do. I'll put on hold just to manage a liability to this community. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you stupid cow. Ever shut the fuck up, bitch? Ever they're stuck a bitch, aren't you? Always trying to find one way or another to look better than me? Is being ahead not enough for your massive ego? It'd feel better if I squeezed it all out of you. Just choked you right here, right now. It's so simple. Like, what was that last part? Threatened to do a strangling. We were about to choke this fucking bitch. Hello? Hello? Magna? I stepped out of it. He was looking at me with visible aspiration, like she's talking to a moron. My hands are bundled locked tight on my skirts. It's like I'm clutching my skirt instead of her fucking neck. My palms are slippery with sweat.
Are you even listening to me? You broke eye contact. Ugh, forget it. As always, it's one ear and out the other with you. I'll be going. Expect to hear about your punishment soon.
Punishment? Why would she punish me based off hearsay from Cerise? Even if Eve hates me, and even if the rumors were true. I put a lid on the swirl of panic speculation beginning to swirl in my mind. Eve, clearly done with her task, turns to walk away. Oh, thank goodness. She's finally leaving. I'll just take the stick. Take the step to shove it up. Just do a little stabbing. No. I'll take the hardest, naughtiest branches of this tree. I'll follow her from behind and I'll thrash her hard with it. Beat her up and whip her until strips of her flesh come flying off. I'll rip the skin off her if I have to. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, not this again. Nils, if you hear me, if you can hear my thoughts, I'm in deep trouble, so please don't do this to me. My breathing becomes shallow. Bad thoughts bubble out. Everything gets larger, ever worse, and ever more impossible to overcome. In a swirl of intensifying anxious nausea, I try to ground myself. Magna, you know what you have to do. Push bad thoughts back. Push them back. Notice your breathing, Magna. Look, you're hyperventilating right now. You can fix this, remember? Remember how you calm yourself down? Breathe in and out. And in and out. In and out. In and out. And in and out. Okay. Eve was long gone by the time my breath evens. She's already back at her sect, isn't she? My anxiety is rushing back. My head's spinning. My hands ache from being squeezed tight for so long. My legs are shaking violently. I need to think back to what Eve said, that a punishment is waiting for me. My neck's truly on the chopping block now, and at any moment, Eve or Cerise could drop the blade on my neck. And the other person who told Cerise, who exactly were they? Yesterday I was in a deep part of the woods. The permitted walking trails near there are old and haven't been cleared in a while. Nobody really picks that area as their first choice for enjoying the haven's natural beauty. Maybe everything Eve just said was pure coincidence. Cerise and Eve both hate me. They hate that I've been stuck around for this long. I'm sure they've come up with some elaborate plot to try and get me taken away. Oh, I don't know. I don't know anymore. If these suspicions are taken seriously by the others, I don't even know how I'll be punished. I don't want to be in another assembly. If that happens, I don't know what I'd do. Well, at this point, I guess everything's out of my control right now. There's nothing more I can do about this. I'll just brush up my dress and head to work. This is fine. After taking a little time to collect myself, I head to the art tech building and make my way to the main studio. As usual, the studio is quietly humming with activity. Washing glasses clinking, drawers filled with paper and canvases being opened and shut. He's being a butthead. The mother of peers critiquing one another's drafts fill the air. Apparently everyone's day was going completely normally. I take a deep breath and to situate myself again. Focus on what you can control, Magna. Just focus on the present. Right. Let's start painting. Tools are where I've always put them. My drafts are where I left them. I'll just go over to my spot and then, yeah, just another day of work. Just business as usual. I've set up everything in my spot. Once again, it's just like yesterday. I can't focus on my piece at all. Eve won't leave my mind. I'll try to start a wash of green watercolor from the leaves of a tree. The section that needs coloring is large and simple, taking out most of the sketch I made earlier. I put a brush to paper and begin slowly and evenly blocking the paint. Expect to hear about your punishments. Trying to entertain the kitty. My brush stops. The even light green of the paint is pressed deep into the paper. A nearby black dot of color forms underneath the brush tip. The painting is ruined. I'll have to start again. We're worrying about Eve is interfering with my own work. I need to clear my head. I need to preoccupy myself with something that doesn't leave my mind open to my own thoughts. Walking around the studio might help a little. Look at other people's projects from afar, taking in the sights and smells of art being made. Or listening into the idle chatter of my art sect peers might preoccupy me. Maybe that'll be the trick to get Eve out of my head. I walk around, peering in the various studios of the art sect. One team is playing a new mural for the dining hall, themed on the community's responsibility for its own members. Two other girls are building puppets for a theater adaptation of one of Cerise's popular short stories. A fairy tale with her stylistic hallmarks of slapstick humor and a simple lesson at the end. Yet another team is designing simple and elegant path signage for the architecture sect's ongoing trail project. They're all too preoccupied to notice me and chase me back to my workspace. I welcome the momentary invisibility. But soon I grow bored watching them and start retreating into my mind once again. I need to find something else to focus on, and fast. I turn around and make my way down to a corridor to look for another studio and observe. Perhaps the pottery team's working on the decorated tea set for Lady Amaris' upcoming birthday. As I walk, I briefly catch sight of a familiar veil and dress in another room. Is that? Stop in front of the doorway. She's standing in front of the illustration studios talking with a few other artists. It's Maria. She's back. She's really back. Within the room, Maria gently points at a section of one of the girls' sketch. It looks like she's fixing the drawing's perspective issues. I'm glad to see her back to work as her usual self, but I don't think she'd be very happy if I interrupted her. Instead, I remain outside and observe, entranced. I'll just wait until she finishes up here. After some time, the girl's problem is solved. Maria turns to leave, followed by a storm of praise and thanks from the illustration team. As I watch her walk out of the room, it dawns on me that another source of guidance exists. Maria might be able to help me too. Yes, this might be what I really need to do to help ground myself. I just ask her to listen as I get these feelings off my chest. Maria makes her way down the corridor, her back turned in my direction. She didn't notice me outside the room waiting. No offense on my part, though. She's almost certainly preoccupied with checking in on the many studios under her care. I need to do is head up to her and say hello. That'll get her attention. Maria? Oh, hello, Magda. I saw you wandering around the studio earlier today. Do you need anything right now? Her character's concern for others is there in her voice. Her cheer is only mild. Maybe that's about how she felt. I guess jail's still on her mind. If that's the case, perhaps I shouldn't ask for her help. She's already got enough on her plate. Maybe I'll just end this conversation, head back to my studio, and wait. No. If I don't ask for her help, I'll be fighting my thoughts for the rest of the day, and I won't be getting anything done on my project again. Just act, Magda. Relax. You know, Maria loves to help you. Maria's someone you can rely on. Can I speak to you privately? Maria looks at me with a mild questioning in her eyes. She folds her arms together. Does this have to do with your project or something else? Something else. Making it harder to do to work in general. I guess it's impacting the project too. It's okay if we use one of the private studios. I promise I won't speak loudly. Okay. We'll go there and I'll lend you an ear. With that, I head towards the back of the corridor. Over there are a few small studios designed for individual artists with personal projects. None of the members have elected to work on their own this season, so they currently remain empty and unused. When I turn around, I know Maria, trailing a few paces, turned behind me. Her expression is unreadable. My stomach gives a low, small twist. I still wonder if this is a good idea. Well, there's no going back now. I enter one of the studios and sit on a work stool. Maria stops in front of me in the center of the doorway. She stares down at the floor. All right, let's talk. Well, what's this? What should I say to her about Eve? Eve is a sect head. Maria definitely knows her, at least as a professional peer, but what if Eve's not just a peer to Maria? What if Eve's also Maria's friend? Damn, I didn't consider that before talking to her. No secret I hate Eve, but talking about a person who could be someone Maria cares about? That might make this conversation go pear-shaped. Even if Maria's kind, even if she is forgiving, she's still ahead. Probably get suspicious if I told her what Eve said about me. I thought they're getting all scrambled with anxiety again. Damn it, just say something. Anything! Look, she's already getting impatient! Spit it out already! So, someone, threatening before I got here? Eve. Eve was threatening me. She scared me a lot. What she said to me has distracted me from work right now. I can't stop thinking about it. Eve again, huh? Mm-hmm. What exactly did she say? She threatened me with punishment because of something I did. Something I did a few days ago. It wasn't anything serious, but I'm scared that she's planning something bad for me. And this isn't the first time that Eve's done something like this. Ever since I got out of that assembly, Eve's treated me this way. Always looking to punish me for every little slip. Using harsher and longer punishments than everyone else. Maybe even planning things. Things like the placement of my dorm room to isolate me from everyone else. After all, she is in charge of room assignments. Almost like she thinks I should have never been allowed to stay. Like, she wants my life here to be as miserable as possible. All because I didn't leave that day. Maria, I'm terrified. What might happen next? What they're gonna do to me? What should I do? All the things bothering me are finally out in the open. Maria pauses for a moment. She crosses her arms in thought. To see if there's any sign of anger on her face, any drop of annoyance. Maybe she does understand after all. Maybe I was wrong to judge her too soon. I feel warm and safe already. Yeah, Maria will always be there for me. I sit in the comfortable silence of her presence. For a brief moment, I imagine her wrapping her soft arms around me in a deep hug. Her hands slowly stroking my hair in soothing pets. Her whispering gentle things into my ear to calm me. Maria's eyes open. I snap out of my daydream. to say something helpful. I just know it. I gave her my full attention. I ready myself to listen to what she has to say. Magna? Yes? Have you ever tried ignoring Eve? Or Cerise, for that matter. Huh? Just ignore Eve? That's not the answer I was expecting. What do you mean? Maria gives a tired sigh. She crosses her arms in frustration and closes her eyes. Look, Magda. Ever since you came to the arts sect, you've talked about your problems with them non-stop. It's always Eve and it's always Cerise. It's always Eve and Cerise. At this point, my advice is to ignore them. Stay out of their way if you can. My whirlwind of anxiety I forgot. My stories were far from new to Maria. She already knew about Eve and Cerise. If you pay them no mind and just focus on your work here, then they'll leave you alone. They won't find any reason to give you trouble because you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. They might even come to respect you for your efforts. But Maria, I've tried to focus on my work. I want to work hard every day I come to the art sect. But I can't focus because of them. The things they say and do to me constantly throw me off. Magda? You're aware I've just lost one of my closest friends, right? That I'm constantly fighting my grief to keep on top of my responsibilities. I might not seem as out of it as I did over the last few days, but my pain hasn't magically disappeared. Right now, the last thing I want to hear is you complaining about the same two people. Even if one of them is a sect head. Even if they really are hurting you. Even if it is tough for you. Over the past year, I've told you to avoid them. To stay out of trouble. To come here to the art center if you need something to do. I've tried to support you, even through your highs and lows whenever possible. But even so, you still antagonize them. So Magna, I can't break your habits for you anymore. I need to draw a line somewhere. Please don't raise this issue again. Even when I do recover, even when I do return to a positive mental space, even when I'm long past all of this, if you complain about this again, I will ignore you. Be self-sufficient for once. Wow. Thanks, Maria! So much for being a fucking saint. When I hear her, my entire body grows cold. No, I'm wrong. I'm just hearing things. My mind's just making this up. Yeah, I'm under a lot of stress right now. There's no way she'd actually say something that cold to me, right? When I look at Maria, her face matches the tone of everything coming out of her mouth. Her expression is stern. She's staring straight through me. That aura of warmth and comfort she exerted is instantly destroyed. All I can do is apologize. Okay, I understand. I'm sorry. I reply with a voice barely above a whisper. I choked a little sound. I try to fight back tears. Maria says nothing back. She sighs and simply walks off into the corridor, off to return to work. And I'm alone again, sitting on a stool, in a back-end room, on the edge of breaking into sobs. Like I think that crush has been crushed. At this point, all I can do is go back to my studio. Back to my peace. I really should follow Maria's advice. I need to get back to work and just ignore all of this. Yes, because ignoring your bullies really fucking works. But I can't move. I don't have the energy to get up. I'm not sure whether I even want to go back to my spot. All I can do is imagine staring at Maria working hard from far away. Stare at her guiding other members, smiling at them, laughing with them, giving them kind words of advice, avoiding me, pretending I'm not there. This entire time, I've been a burden on her. I've never helped her with her own problems. I only whined about mine so she could tell me everything would be okay. Even if I did try to avoid the people hurting me already, even if I did try to work hard every day, even if her kind advice didn't change any of my circumstances, I would be surprised if she didn't want to be around me anymore. I want to puke. I hurt someone I cared about. I hurt someone I loved. I'm disgusting. No. No, wait. 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 Maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe Maria's just in a bad mental space right now. Everyone's had this before. We've all said other things we've later regretted. She wouldn't really stop helping a member of her sect forever, right? Yeah, she wouldn't do that, would she? I'm silly, thinking that she'd be back to normal over just a couple of days. Right now, Maria's still grieving for jail, like she was yesterday, and she'll probably be like this for, well, I don't know how long. You can't rush the sadness away, but sooner or later the pain will go away, right? Yeah, so if I think about it that way, Maria doesn't really hate me, right? She doesn't hate me, right? She better not fucking hate me. She's just tired. She's just needs some space. I understand. All I can do is respect her wishes. I'll do her best to follow her advice again. I won't talk about my problems anymore. I'll try to keep to myself. I'll stay out of everyone's way. I'll put my nose to the grindstone and work on my painting. We did draft I screwed up. Keep out of the trouble's way. Keep on trying to find the silver linings in all of this. Then, if I work hard enough at being good, maybe Maria will notice. She'll come back. Maybe she'll talk to me again. Maybe she'll praise me again. Make things go back to normal. Yeah, normal. This is fine. I can't get any more work done. My brush and pencils lay untouched. I just stared at Maria, the room, then at my easel. It's now evening. I'll probably go eat now. I get up and leave for the dining hall. Today, the hall's pretty crowded. The dinner line's starting to wind outside the building. I guess it's about 6 p.m. That's typically when the dinner crowd peaks. Being surrounded by lots of people is painful. The noise of amiable conversation and clattering cutlery gives me a headache. I've got no right to complain, though. Everyone is enjoying themselves. I'll grab my dinner, sit down, suck it up. Tonight, fish is on the menu. Take a lightly seasoned cod fillet, accompanied by a side of seasoned green beans. Desserts, rice pudding with jam. I hate the taste, so I ignore it entirely. All in all, tonight's food is standard Haven fare. A savory and healthy meal. Nothing worth complaining about. Water. Within a half hour, I clean my plate. I don't leave a single crumb behind. I didn't even notice it, but I was really hungry tonight. Usually I'd always have leftovers to toss out, which got me looks from the girls on catering duty. At least I didn't have to deal with that on top of everything else today. Thanks, stress. I take my tray up to the washing rack, to be collected by other Haven members assigned to the kitchen rotation this week. I was washing my dishes tonight. At least you're going to have an easier job than usual. With no reason to expect that I could restart my piece in my present state, I see no point in returning to the art sec. Instead, I head home to the dorms. By the time I reach my dorm building, the sun's setting. The little lights leading along the dorm path glow gently in the dark. The building's decorative candles nestled in the window frames look warm and inviting. I make my way inside my dorm. In the common room, I see the same two girls from a couple nights ago. They're nestled on a different couch, knee-deep in another bout of gossip. When the door closes behind me, the chatter stops. Their heads turn. Their eyes lock on me. Both of them are staring. As I move past them, the conversation picks back up, a frantic exchange of whispers interspersed with glances that follow me around the room. Whatever. I know they're talking about me. I don't know what they're saying. I slowly move my way towards my room at the end of the hall. Even walking is tiring at this point. A long rest, I reach my door. Room 108. With some force, I push it open. Inside my room, my legs give way. I fall chest first onto my bed. My body sinks into the sheets. All of my muscles ache. My mind is totally and utterly burnt out. My eyes sting. Today was exhausting. First Eve. I shudder. And then Maria. No. I said what I said. I have no right to be upset with her. Maria's still grieving over jail. She had every right to act that way towards me. Every right to not want to deal with me anymore. Who am I kidding? It still hurts. Badly. I can tell her Eve's bullshit. At this point, I expect it. She hated me from the start. But Maria too? I'm being selfish again. I don't have the right to feel angry with her, to expect the response I wanted from her. I threw my pain on her without noticing her own suffering, and yet, even still, I'm upset because of her, for not understanding me when I needed her to, for not doing more to help me, for telling me that my problems would go if I simply pretended they didn't exist, even though she had no rational way of knowing the extent of my situation, and even though her advice was sincere. God, I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I spring up from my bed. I can't take this anymore. I need to get all these feelings out of my head. These disgusting, ugly, violent feelings. I need them out. I need them out. I need them out! I need them out! I say while trying not to peek the mic. Oh. Ominous music is playing. Frantically, I scramble to the bookshelf. I need that book. I need that book now. I run my fingers through the spine, searching for the right color, the right pattern, the right texture. My hand scrambles frantically every inch looking. I grab hold. I pull out my dictionary. Yeah. I'll just put those feelings in there, just like I always do. Once the bad thoughts are gone on paper, once they can be shut between the covers and kept away, I'll be normal. I'll be normal again. Yeah. Normal. I want to be normal. Normal like everyone else here somehow is. I faintly rattle my handle along the top of the bookcase until I feel the cool pressed glass. My fingers encircle the jar, tilting it downwards. I revel with the feel of a smooth plastic lid. I take my pen. I crouch down, eyes focused on the blank pages. I write and draw and scribble and tear and write and draw and scribble and tear and write and draw and scribble and tear and write and draw and scribble and tear or write and draw and scribble and tear. Over and over and over. I do it. Through this, I'll purge these feelings. Purge these feelings will make me good. I'll be good. I'll be pure. Mind and heart both. Like everyone else here, I'll be good. I'll be good. I'll be good. I'll be good! Grace walks in. Crap. I have to hide this. She can't see what I just wrote. What I've been doing. No, hold on. Grace has seen my diary before, yeah. She didn't mind what she saw, did she? So I can trust her, yeah. No, you can't trust her. I trust her. I snapped my diary shut. Ah, Grace, you're back. Grace doesn't look at me or reply. Her eyes are unfocused. Her outfit's in disarray. She looks awful. Collapse on the floor at any moment. The architectural set really is working her to the bone. There's no good in disturbing someone who isn't all there right now. Let her rest. Bad faith sounds familiar to me. It is a visual domo squitch, Emma. Yeah, this was made by a VTuber actually. Mado. She's the Cactus Fairy VTuber. I was talking about her earlier, and I'll have all the links in the VOD. So basically the story is starting to get a little off the rails. But in a good way. It's like we're trying to be a good little Christian girl, but not only are we a lesbian, but we have an angel talking in our head giving us naughty thoughts. So, it do be like that. Let's get ready for bed myself. Looks like you've had a long day. I won't bother you with small talk then. I'm gonna wash up soon. Let me know when just letting you know in advance. Grace says nothing. Strange. I'll push the issue further. I make my way out of the room with my toiletries and pajamas in tow. After washing, I climb into my bunk below. Grace is moved, but her oddly vacant demeanor hasn't budged one bit. Grace is moved, but her oddly vacant demeanor hasn't budged. I read that line already. She's sitting on top of the bed bunk, gazing absently at the ceiling. Hey, Grace? Are you all right? There's a long pause. Then, Grace finally speaks. I just have a lot on my mind right now. Is the architectural sect bothering you again? Did they keep you up with work more than they should have? I guess you could say that. Okay. An uncomfortably long silence follows. Grace's closed-off demeanor makes me a little nervous. Well, once you get through work, I hope you're still looking forward to it. You know, the whole tuck shop thing. I'm gonna buy you some candy. Another uncomfortable silence. I guess she's too tired to even think right now. Well, I won't keep you up. I've also had a long day, so I'm heading to bed. Good night, Grace. Thanks. Thanks for always being there. I can't hear whether Grace replies. But either way, I know. What happens tomorrow, or the day after, or the day after that, I still have Grace. It's like, no you don't, Magda. Yeah, Grace, my best and only friend who would never betray me by admitting the things I've done to my bullies / tormentors. No, she'd never do that. The only person I trust above all else. We're probably back to Grace's point of view. She's finally asleep. Oh, Lady Amaris, what am I supposed to think about Magda now? Yep, we're in Grace's point of view. Switched. First I see her sneaking outside, then last night Cerise warned me about her. Then this evening, Eve told me that she found some footage, and then after all that... Oh, Magda's diary, she forgot to put it away. She's usually so careful with it. When I walked in, Magda scared me. She was hunched over in a small corner of the room, scrawling on diary pages like she was possessed. I've never seen that side of Magda before. Oh gosh, even thinking about that still makes my heart hammer away like mad. But that diary, Magda was always the one turning the pages. She never let me read for myself. She skipped over certain sections. I got the feeling she was choosing what I got to see. What's really inside that book? She's so secretive about her problems, always hiding herself from everyone. From me. Why would she not trust her best friend? Who's already betrayed her? A year ago, I defended Magda in an assembly. By some miracle, I encouraged everyone to spare her. I thought that with their help, I could help her become a better person. But right now, she's traveling a dangerous path again. Her curiosity really had been leading her down dark roads. Cerise said so last night. Eve suggested such much of the same. So I'm the only one who can help her, who can save her. So I have to take this matter into my own hands. Can you not? You've already helped enough. Quietly, I crawled down the ladder of the bunk bed. When my feet touched the ground, I carefully positioned myself. I try not to step foot on any of the creaky floorboards. Magda is not a heavy sleeper. I can't afford to wake her. Once I'm certain that I'm safe, I carefully make my way to Magda's diary. Left on the floor, shoved it aside. I reach down and grab it. There it is! A little book filled with lots of secrets. There's no going back once I open this. I'll learn everything about Magda. The truth. What's really going on inside her head. All the freaky fanfics she's been writing. Carefully, I open to a random page. What I see horrifies me. Magda wants Cerise to be beep. Magda wants to beep Eve. Methods of beep. It's like, hey, yo, who wants to play Hangman and figure out what she's saying? Scrawls and scribbles of contorted expressions, writing instruments, and violent prose. Beep and beep everywhere. Beep, beep, beep. I can't think about these words and images for long. I need to quickly block them from my mind. I'll go insane if I think about them for long enough. Turn to another series of entries. They're all about Maria. Drawings of Maria. Writing about Maria. Thoughts of Maria. 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 Magna. Beep. Maria. Magna. Beep. Maria. You only need the first and last letters to know what that means. She's so naughty. Tense and cravenous fantasies about her body, her warmth, her kindness. I warned you about those fanfics, girl! How dare she fantasize about Maria? Desiring a sect head? Out of the question! This entirely thoroughly... Oh no. Lady Amorous, what should I do? The girl I defended, my friend, my best friend, she's... I willingly protected a girl like this. A girl who was, all this time, completely insane. What now? I have to tell someone about this. Yes, I need to tell someone. This is an emergency. If I don't do anything, I'll put everyone at risk. Magna might get worse and her insanity might spread to the art sect, to our dorm, maybe even to me. She might make me a lesbian. She'll ruin Haven for good. The community worked too hard to protect. I have to stop this. I have to take responsibility for what I did. Woo indeed. Just looking at her diary like, ooh, woo, what's this? For wrongly putting my faith in her. I need to put an end to the mess I started. I'll take Magda's diary, I'll find Cerise, I'll get her to tell Eve, and then I'll ask Lady Amorous to hold an emergency assembly tomorrow morning. Oh boy. It's another dream. Again, I am frozen, unable to do anything. And the stream about Nils. So now we're back to Magna's point of view. It's like meanwhile, in Magna's dreams, where she's not having hot lesbian adventures with Maria. They're standing in the middle of a clearing. No one else is there. Their eyes are filled with anticipation. They're searching for something in their surroundings. Again and again, they look around. Once, twice, 3 times. The tension in their face relaxes. They huff out a sigh of relief. They run. They run to a place where the clouds loom over the world like an ancient canopy. A place where the sky is always black, aglow only with little pinpricks of starlight. A place where the clouds underneath their feet are outmatched by the majesty of the heavens above. Heavens they alone know. All that waits there is a gate, a twisted, rusting iron gate. A gate that would groan loudly with the slightest provocation. A gate that would alert everything and everyone if it was even looked at wrong. Nils walks up to it. Gingerly, they raise their hands to its bars. The gate is opened. By some miracle, no sound is made. Nils smirks. Everything seems to be going according to plan. Ha! I knew this would work. No one here would bother to guard this old thing after all. Why would I expect anything from the others at this point? All they do is lie around without a care, laughing at human misery, egging on stupid wars, forgetting why we even exist in the first place. They push the gate further. Remains eerily silent. Her hand stops. At last, the gate's opening is large enough for them to slip through. Right, this is it then. Time to go. Nils steps forward. They take a deep breath. For a moment, their eyebrows furrow. Their heads turn to the side on the edge of looking back. They pause like they're struggling with the thought. Like they might never see this place again. They retch their gaze forward. Once more they face the gate. They clench their fists. They dig their heels deep into the Cyrus beneath. They steady themselves to gaze down at what lies beyond the gate, below the lip of the clouds that they stand on. Once they jump off this cliff, their life will change. They will be branded a traitor, no matter the outcome. They will be shut out of the high realm forever. This is the point of no return. And yet, Yet they walk forward. They walk until their toes curl over the edge of their home. They grit their teeth, breathe inwards, mutter to themselves, barely audibly. Go. Do it. The final push, they leap, let their body fall into the unknown. The dream seems to have ended, yet I can't wake up, I can't leave, return to myself. The story must not be over. Yeah, it looks like we're getting Nils's full flashback. It's like, God be like, don't go down there. The humans are gonna capture you and experiment on you, do horrible things. And Nils be like, fuck you, Dad, and just jumps out of heaven and gets caught and tortured and experimented on, just like the higher power said. A dot of light appears. At first, it's a faint and small, a little star in the emptiness of night. But it grows larger and larger. Brighter and brighter. Soon I'm bathed in blinding white light. I have to squeeze my eyes shut. All is silent, and then I hear the wind. My body shakes. Air lashes around me, shifting me to and fro. The world around me goes cold. Something's changed. My eyes open. I gasp. Heart jumps to my throat. I'm far, far up in the sky. The clouds are rushing past me. I'm falling closer and closer to the earth. I know I'm not actually there, and none of these sensations are real, but even so, the feelings are overwhelming. This dream is no projection. I notice a shadow hanging over me. I look up. Aww. Nils is soaring gracefully over the vast golden expanse of the sky. Large wings stretch out from their back, helping them glide through the air. I never knew Nils had wings like those. They're utterly beautiful, untouched, perhaps even divine. They remind me of a bird I once read about long ago. A tall, elegant bird with pure white feathers. One that no longer exists in the world I live in. An egret. Nils' wings remind me of an egret. Their serene flight focuses my mind. I take in the world, quickly shrinking in its expanse as I fall. A dangerous end awaits. I grow panicked, scared I'm going to die. But I'm in a dream. None of this is real. None of this is actually happening. I'm perfectly safe, just asleep. If that's the case, I should be able to slow things down, shouldn't I? So I'll imagine myself as light as a single feather from Nils' back. My descent slows. My body gently rocks back and forth. My stomach calms down. I am at peace. The sun begins to set in the west, setting the sky aflame in streaks of gold and pink. Nils is smiling to himself. I'm not surprised. It was the first sunset they've seen from the view of the world below. I don't know what they're thinking. Maybe they're happy. Maybe they see this beauty as an omen of things to come. Together, the two of us drink in the beauty of the sky. Together, we descend to Earth. We make a safe landing on a small island dense with woodland. I lean on a nearby tree. Nils folds their wings behind their back and starts investigating their surroundings. They bring a hand to their chin, deep in thought. Right, I think I could start my work here. If I recall correctly, there aren't many humans on this island. Good thing, too. It'd be easier for me to test out my methods on a smaller population. If I walk around for long enough, I should run into one of them eventually. Maybe even a couple if I'm lucky. Nils stretches, straightens her back, and takes a deep breath. They begin to make their way into the forest, pushing their way through the thicket of knotted leaves and branches. Curious, I follow them from behind. A small twinge of discomfort pricks my consciousness. The way they talked earlier, it somehow bothers me. Well, this came across as detached. Perhaps even unable to understand the people they're trying to help. I didn't expect Nils to think like a human being, but their words, their view of their work, their expression, were all cold and cynical. flipped and terse like a research sex study paper. Nils wanders further through the forest. Time passes. Their frustration grows. Their brow furrows more and more. As we walk, I look around. I find myself recognizing the trees growing here. Some berries I know unripened in the bushes. Some notes of delicate notes of delicate birdsong in the air. Ones I'm certain I've heard before. But Nils keeps on changing direction and turning his way in that. I can't figure out why this place looks so familiar. They remind himself constantly. Oh, why can't I find anything? Where are the humans? I swear my observations from above were accurate. If I can't find a human soon, it'll all be over. I've already been banished. And then, for what? The agonizing is cut short. They stop. Their eyes focus. A smile curls on their lips. I move into a small space beside them. Their gaze is locked onto something in the distance. I look in the deep of the forest, in the direction of which their head is turned, to see what suddenly drew their attention. Huh? They're 2 members of the Haven. A small foraging group, with tools and baskets at the ready. They're digging up some mushrooms from the forest floor. But I don't know their faces. I don't recognize them at all, so they must be old members. In fact, they probably are. Cuts of their uniform are different. Vintage. Styles that have been used in decades. Ah, it all makes sense now. No wonder this place felt familiar. I've been living here my whole life. Nils begins to move forward. They approach the 2 girls slowly and gracefully, like they were approaching timid rabbits. It's obvious they don't want to come across a threat. Greetings! My name is Nils. Nils bows and slowly and deeply. Foragers flinch. They turn around and freeze. Both stare back, eye wide. Then silence follows. One of the 2 girls lets out a ghastly shriek. Quickly as they can, the 2 of them drop their foraging rewards and grab their equipment. Nils, you should have known as an angel that you're supposed to start off with "do not be afraid." You already fucked up step 1. In a few minutes, all that remains are their footprints, smeared across the forest floor in a mad dash to escape. Nils stands still, completely puzzled. Are humans normally timid? I was expecting that sort of response. On the other hand, I saw it coming a mile away. Nils chose to descend on the Haven, a settlement cut off from any and every form of danger. Anything new was a potential threat to our community. Why wouldn't we be afraid of Nils? Even I was shocked when I first saw them. Deep in thought, Nils sits down. They rest their head on their hand. Contemplative, yet aware they had their own work cut out for them. All is silent. Suddenly I hear rustling from behind. Turn around. Oh! Another group of Haven girls approaches. They inch their way closer and closer towards Nils. It's like one of them looks very familiar. Nils doesn't notice their presence. Sweat beads on my brow. Their palms are long, thin tubes. Long, outdated models, but still a familiar sight. They're blow dart pipes! Weapons we use to stun and mobilize intruders and traitors! That forager team, they must have warned the community about Nils! Nils! Nils, you need to go! If you don't, then the Haven will attack you! Run! Get out of there! Leave! Now! One of the members, the leader of the group, raised her hand, 3 fingers pointed upwards in total silence. Her sharp gaze and high cheekbones are striking. Immediately I recognize her. That girl! It's Lady Amaris. She's just way younger. By like 50 years. At her signal, the other members of the group bring the thin tubes to their lips. Quietly, Lady Amaris begins to count down. 3, I run to Nils. 2, I try to grab by the shoulders. 1, my hands pass through them. Because, this is a flashback and a dream. You literally can't do anything. I remember, I can't do anything for Nils. These events have already happened. Lady Amaris' hand drops down. Ooh, nasty. Nils is pincushioned by a cascade of rainbow darts. They gasp in pain. As the poison begins to seep into their body, they try to stand up. Once Maria told me that a dose from one dart could make a normal human unconscious after they took 7 steps. The toxin we used, distilled from the juice of island berries, was meant to take out a person quickly and effectively. Cut any opportunity for harm mercifully short. 30 darts more? 30. 30. That's a lot. 30 more darts pierce Nils along with the length of their spine. Oof. Like, they gave her the exact opposite of a warm welcome. Nils finally stands in full. They try to turn around to see who just attacked them, but inevitably the toxin overwhelms them. They fall. With a soft thud, Nils crumples to the ground unconscious. My surroundings blur. They drip and streak across my view. Paint blending in with paint, all melting into a whirl of intelligible color. And the world goes dark. Again. The rest of Nils' memories are fragmented. Little shards of thought glinting in and out of the void, fading in and out of consciousness. In these shards, I'm no longer myself. I'm not human anymore. I'm Nils. It's like a warning for torture coming, I guess. I lay on a metal table, paralyzed. Hazard wearing a mask, she's nearly unrecognizable. But Lady Amaris herself gazes over my body. And she looks quite happy to have that scalpel. She probes my flesh with instruments, gives endless commands to the shapeless helpers that stand around her. This is necessary for our future. We need you. Only you can save us from the world. I lay half-conscious, weakly struggling. Her pleas are accompanied by a sharp, stinging pain. I look down to my right. My upper arm has been sliced open. Her sacred hand lifts a surgical knife. Lady Amaris puts down the tool and brings some pins and a pair of tongs into view. Alright, good night, judgmental cat. It's like the VOD will be on YouTube if you want to see what happens at the end. Or you could go buy the game. With those tools, she tacks the skin back. A violent shock runs down my spine. I lurch forward. The forceps reach inward and start to pull on muscle. It's too much. I pass out. I wake up. A dull ache throbs throughout my body. My chest cavity is held open by an instrument that I've never seen before. Lady Amaris is there again, holding a coil of my intestines. Ugh. She points to a strange little organ that neither she nor I recognize. With a hum, she takes the surgical knife and cuts a slice. The sting of her blade makes my nerves scream. I bite my tongue so hard it splits. Blood trickles down my chin. Mechanically, Lady Amaris puts the slice in a tube filled with liquid. It's too much. I pass out. I wake up. A searing pain burns through my spine. My body feels strangely light. I turn my head to my side. My wings! They're gone! All that's left on my back are 2 stumps. Caked with warm blood. The ligaments, bones, the feathers, all are neatly arranged on an empty table next to me. Removed from my body. Lady Amaris is inspecting a clump of feathers. She's muttering to herself. Said that tearing apart the pretty limbs was necessary for her work. Excited by the possibilities my wingless self presented. I want to puke. It's too much. I pass out. Yeah, we're getting into some crazy fucked up shit here, so. Yeah, they'll grow back. I'm sure angels are like lizards. You know, you lose a limb, it grows back. It's fine. I wake up and pass out again, and again, and again. My hands and feet are detached and reattached. Chest is open and shut. Now and then, portholes are installed in my abdomen. Needles are inserted, drawing out fluids. Peaks of my shoulder blades and my spine now house a new set of monstrous wire wings. How am I supposed to grow my wings back if you're putting wires in that shit? Come on. Like you're ruining it. They bind me, suspend me, attach me to a mysterious machine. I'm not sure what my body's being used for. But in the half-lucid, listening through checkups, maintenance, and regular procedures, snatches of conversation make their way to me. Once, as yet another needle snaked its way into a porthole to collect an organ sample, the young girls that carried out the task talked about their recent findings. Apparently, they feed my fluid to some creatures. Said creatures seemed to resist any and all illness they were exposed to. They'd never seen anything like this before. And I'm suddenly reminded of Avatar: Way of the Water, because now I'm reminded of those whales, if anyone's seen that movie. What's more, my fluid has no taste, no odor, and absolutely no side effects. A single drop was all that was required for work miracles. A little later, they talked about a grand meal they were planning. A celebratory dinner between Lady Amaris and all of the sect heads. The food will be rare, delicious, special. It'll be delicious. It'll be anointed with the miracle substance in their needles, the substance from my body. It'll be the first human trial of a medicine that could protect their community. Forever. Oh boy. Other girls refit and replace the wiring don't talk nearly as much as the fluid drawing team. Observing them gives me a sense of purpose my wires serve. Each time a wire is unplugged for placement, I feel slightly less tired. I can flex my arm slightly instead of merely twitching a few fingers. My feet can kick weakly versus aimlessly twirling in their sockets. Raising my head is no longer a titanic effort. The burst of energy always stops when the new wire is inserted. I grow weak once more. The strip of lighting illuminating the room changes too. The more unplugged I am, the dimmer the lights get. Perhaps my body is serving other purposes. Occasionally, Lady Amaris walks in to see me. She's always silent, always contemplative. As she stares at me, I look down to avoid her gaze. Her eyes are always locked into my body, dissecting it visually, looking for what she can harvest next. What sacred flesh she could put to her use. She hungers to consume me. She's sick, depraved, monstrous, the type of human who'd pull anyone and everything apart if it intrigued her. The type of human to always use others for her gain, whether they knew it or not. The type of human who drove others to madness, to depravity. Though she looks for new parts to eat, new organs to harvest, new parts to maim, she can't have all of me. My mind is still free, and she can't take it. But the longer I'm down here, the more my mind changes. Once I get out of here, I hope her people know what kind of thing she did. What kind of thing she uses. The punishment they'll give her for violating life. The liberation they'll give me. Once I get out of here, I'll leave forever. These humans don't deserve the help of a higher power. Daddy was right all along. Once I get out of here, I'll do the humans here a favor and kill them all. They've lost what made them human to start with. They're just mindless, greedy vermin. If I ever get out of here, if I ever leave free to go, if I ever see another human, I'll tear them apart. Limb to joints, to fat to heart, to eyes to hair, to bone to nerve, to tongue to muscle, to cell. That's a lot of tearing. Everyone was right. Humanity is doomed. I should have never left. Never should have come here. Should have never tried. I'm such an idiot. I'm going to die here. Alone. Oh. That was one hell of a dream, wasn't it, Magda? It's morning. I rub my eyes gently. I push myself off my mattress and swing my legs over the side of my bed. I ready myself to stand up, but instead of getting up and ready, I sit there. My feet dangle passively above the floor. Why did Nils make me see that dream? Relive their past. They're still so strange to me. Yet if what I saw was true, did Lady Amaris really do all of that? Her food? Her health? Her power? Was it all from using Nils? Does Lady Amaris only use others? What kind of people does Lady Amaris not like? Who does she punish? Who's insane? Who gets taken away? Why did Jill get? What did I almost get? No, don't be stupid, Magna. The assemblies don't control us. Lady Amaris has seen insanity. She doesn't want to use us. She wants to save us. She wants what's best for us. For me. For everyone else here. So that we don't go insane like the people outside. So we can stay safe and peaceful. So we protect each other. I can trust her to know insanity. Can't I? Yes. I could trust Lady Amaris. I could trust the Haven. Once I nearly went insane. I nearly was taken for good. Everyone here forgave me. They gave me a second chance. I have to use that opportunity to prove I'm better. I'm worthy of living in Lady Amaris' haven. Prove that insanity can be overcome. So, even if Nane's being is real, even if Lady Amaris and the others shunned me, even the feeling of their body being torn apart over and over again makes my skin crawl, my stomach twist in the knots. I have to be good. I have to ignore them. Lady Amaris wanted the best for us all. She blurred her hands so that her world, would never have to. I made a promise to Nils. I know I made one. This vivid dream, those violent thoughts, they tried to reach me several times. But making a decent decision here and now, I can't visit them again. I have to be good. I've caused everyone enough trouble, and I'm going to be punished for it. Although I still don't know how. I take a deep breath and stand up. Yeah. I will be good from now on. All of this was too much. I let myself slip. I can't be tempted into insanity again. As I move about my dorm, collecting my things to get ready, I noticed that Grace has left her bed. Probably went out early to work on a project. I hope she gets it done soon. Or maybe I overslept. Yesterday was exhausting. Just to double check the time, I look at my alarm clock. Oh, it's 6:30 a.m. Thank goodness. Doesn't really bother me that Grace has left yet again, but I sure hope she's taking care of herself. What with all her work nowadays. At any rate, I'll be seeing her tonight. As usual, I brush my teeth in the nearby bathroom and get dressed for the day. I smooth out my dress and tie my hair ribbons tight. Today, I'm going to reinvent myself. Start from square one. For that, I absolutely need to look my best. But I soon find myself wandering to the next event of the day. I wonder what it'll be for breakfast. I go through a mental list of the most delicious things that even kitchens have to offer. Maybe it'll be corn muffins with butter. Or warm croissants with a side helping of scrambled eggs. Is that the assembly bell? No. No way. I must be hearing things. It's been too soon since the last assembly. That's even been a week. There's no way. The bell rings again. My body freezes. Something bad must have happened. Something so bad that the Lady Amaris and the Secteds had to intervene. A violent shudder runs through my body. Oh no. No. Please don't tell me that this is what Eve was. I took a deep breath to recenter myself. No, it's not. It can't be. You know, Lady Amaris and the other heads respect Eve. I don't think they take her word alone for granted. Unless, you know, they had physical evidence that somebody could have taken. Besides, I don't think she had any evidence, right? Yeah, I should be safe. The assembly is probably about someone else. I straighten my back and make my way out of the dorm. Anxious thoughts swarm my brain. I push forward, muttering to myself as I go. This isn't about me. This isn't about me. This isn't about me. Outside, I see some other members walk towards the assembly hall. They seem just as confused as I do. I realize I'm not alone. That relieves me, if only a little. This isn't about me. Well, whatever happens within this assembly, this isn't about me. I'll have the haven to fall back on. I'll still be fed and clothed and seen as an essential member of the community. If most people don't like me, this isn't about me. Yeah, that's why I love this place. This isn't about me. Eh? In a world filled with insanity, this isn't about me. Even as a sanctuary, this isn't about me. I'm fortunate to have been born and raised here. This isn't about me. This is a privilege few have. This isn't about me. I'm happy that I live here. This isn't about me. This is fine. When I finally entered the assembly hall, I settled down into a pew, one close to the entrance and far from the stage. I look around. The hall is crowded as always. It's almost exactly like it was a few days ago, but the noise of the crowd is a lot louder than normal. I shake my head gently to release the tension in my face. Yeah, the noise makes sense. Everyone's confused. That's why they're all talking so much. There's a loud cough on the microphone. It squeals, ringing throughout the hall, and the room goes completely silent.
Everyone, your attention, please. I understand that this assembly is unusually timed. You may be confused or nervous. However, I'd appreciate your attention for the time being. Thank you. Now, I suppose you're all wondering why you've been called here at such notice. As you know, assemblies are not held very often. It is rare to see one follow another in such a short span of time, especially within the span of a week. Unfortunately, this is a sudden and desperate matter. And so, here we are, holding a second assembly. This assembly was called because of a major breach of trust in our community. The trust we try so hard to cultivate and hold as a value. I would like to deal with this issue promptly and publicly. If we do not do this, this issue will almost certainly worsen. People would be harmed. You could even pose a threat to the haven itself.
I shifted my seat. So it's that bad? I see. Sweat begins to form on my palms. This isn't about me, so why am I getting nervous? This isn't about me. There are hundreds of people here in this hall. All of them could be hiding secrets that could harm the haven. It could be any one of them. This isn't about me. Besides, it'll be over soon. Half an hour, I'll go and have breakfast. Want my piece of tart snack, like always. Maybe Maria will be there. Maybe she'll be nice again. It'll be like this assembly never happened. It's like every other time. This isn't about me. It's not about me. It's not about me. There's another cough into the microphone. Don't worry, I'm okay. It's just my throat's getting dry because I ran out of water. But I think we're getting towards the end, so I think I can endure it.
For this assembly to begin, I must make something apparent to you all. I will not be handling this assembly today. No. The people who brought this issue to me will be the ones in charge. I believe our community should hold itself to the standards we have long set for ourselves. It's only fair that we demonstrate that we can make good examples and hold the people we care about, people we want the best for, fully and truly accountable. And so I wish to summon them to the stage. Their service to the Haven's values will be rewarded. Learn well from them. With that, Lady Amaris raises her hand in a gesture of invitation. Kitty's trying to nip at my feet. Don't nip at my feet, Kitty. I hear the sound of footsteps on wood as 3 people make their way to the stage. When I see them, my heart plummets into my stomach. There's Cerise, twirling her blonde hair condescendingly. Her face is scrunched up in disgust, eyes darting about for her target. There's Eve, flicking through a dossier of files filled with tabs and notes, adjusting her glasses as she checks her sources. And right beside her is... No, this can't be right. I'm just seeing things. There's no way she's on stage right now. I rub my eyes. And again. And again. This isn't about me. It shouldn't be. It can't be. The scene before me doesn't change no matter how many times I try to rub my eyes. The same girl stands right beside Eve, looking small and deeply ashamed. She looks down at her shoes. Her expression is immensely, terribly sad. It's Grace. I can't lie to myself anymore. There's no other explanation for this. This is about me. There's no way it could have been about anyone else. I don't know how Cerise, Eve, and Grace found out. What exactly I know about what I did. I'm only certain about one thing alone. I'm the center of this assembly. And this time, Grace won't be there to save me. Dear Haven, I must stress that I, and all others on the stage, take no pleasure in punishing our fellow members. She said like a liar. Regarding of who they are or the nature of their actions. Punishment must always be viewed as a necessity to maintain our safety, not as a means to threaten or harm one another. Without strict consequences for dangerous actions, the Haven would have fallen to the same vices of the outside world long ago. This is why the assemblies exist. With that in mind, allow me to explain what we know happened. 3 days ago, the member responsible for this breach of trust began her activities. Immediately after the previous assembly held this week. The timing alone is highly suspicious. Perhaps the assembly roused her dissatisfaction with the rules we hold here. Prompted her to lash out, so to speak. In her irrational desire to strike back at her community, our perpetrator traveled outside, beyond the permitted boundary. If she had only stopped out briefly, this assembly would have never been held. But she kept on walking. Her journey was so long that it was unlikely to be accidental. No, everyone. It was an intentional breach of the Haven's boundaries. To further add insult to injury, our perpetrator trespassed into a forbidden zone. One that only the sect heads and Lady Amaris could enter. There, our perpetrator committed an act so taboo it would have put the entire Haven in danger. That is, if he hadn't intervened. And yet, the most terrifying act our perpetrator committed was returning a day later, traveling outside. Trespassing forbidden zones. Committing taboos once again. If she had done it once, we could have forgiven her after severe punishment. But our perpetrator's repeated actions have made something abundantly clear. She does not truly love our community. Within her heart, she holds hatred for the Haven. Hatred? Hatred? For the Haven? No, what? I don't hate the Haven at all. Why the hell would she think that? I'll think it, I stand up. Everyone else stands with me from their pews. No, Eve, I never hate the Haven like that. Never.
Fists tensed and teeth grit, I squeezed past the other people seated in my pew, keeping my eyes on the stage. I marched my way up the aisle, right in front of Eve. From the audience, the entire haven stares at me in dead silence. The soundless air is punctuated by few whispers. I don't care. I don't care what they have to say about me. Most of them never liked me to begin with. But even so, my thoughts are my own. I'm tired of Eve assuming things about me. Even if I am the culprit, why should I sit and let myself take this crap? Eve, I've always loved living here. I was born and raised in the Haven. That is and will always be my home. I love being here. I love making things. I love taking the endless beauty of our forests. I love the community here, even if most of you don't feel the same way about me. Regardless of whether you like me or not, I wouldn't trade this place for anything, so don't you dare say anything about me again! Ever! Eve stares at me, her eyes wide. She clearly expected me to shout at her. But then Eve relaxed into a small smile. Her gaze now narrowed in a... I don't know how to read. Incisive? Determined focus. Like everything she wanted had fallen into place. And that's when I know I'm done for. I see. First of all, thank you, Magda. I thought I'd have to drag you onto the stage like my previous culprits, but you did the work for me. Thank you. Everyone, Magda did something in service of the Haven for once. Let's give her a hand, shall we? Yeah, thanks for that fucking sarcasm. They sense a bloodbath incoming. I try to ignore it. All right. That's enough. He waves a hand to quiet everyone, looking onward. Forgive my sudden excitement. Now, Magda, you spoke passionately. To some of the more weak-minded members of our audience, you might have even convinced them that you were a good person. But you know what I think? Every word out of your mouth is a poisonous lie. If you truly felt fortunate to be a member of the Haven, you should have known that the boundaries outside are for our safety. You knew you were trespassing them. So tell me, why did you enter that forbidden zone twice? No need to answer me. I already know. You knew what you were doing, Magna. You just didn't care about your community. Damn it. I know she put pins to my outburst as soon as she heard it. As I should have expected that. But you know, Magda, your little adventures aren't the only reasons you're here today. I'm sure everyone's curious about that other thing you did to hurt your own community. Something someone who felt fortunate to be here would never dream of doing. So, if you really love the Haven, Magda, why would you pick up the pen again? Let alone write things that could have hurt us all. The audience begins to whisper frantically. What? What's she talking about? I've never been able to work like that. Ahem. I suppose now is a good time to pass the baton to our second investigator. Cerise, if you'd like to come out with the other piece of evidence. Eve gestures to Cerise, who stands further back in the stage. Cerise nods and steps forward. There's something in her hands. I can't see what. And she makes her way towards me. She flashes a wicked smirk. My stomach drops. Within the next few minutes, I know I'll be humiliated in front of the entire Haven. By this point, the audience whispers have turned into loud conversation once more. They hum with excitement, fear, and anger.
All right, everyone. I know you're all excited about what's coming next. Believe me, I feel the same way. But please, all eyes on me.
The audience quiets down and hunches the gaze's focus on Cerise.
Good. Now that I have your attention.
Like just channeling my inner mean girl.
Want to see what the liability got up to in private while we weren't looking? Huh?
The audience gives a loud, raucous roar of enthusiasm. A few whoops and cheers pierce the air.
Allow me to show you the ultimate proof that this girl's a threat.
In one swift gesture, Cerise whips out something from behind her back. With a look of triumph, she dangles it above the crowd for all to see. That something is, it's, How the hell did they get their hands on my diary? That's personal. They can't. No.
I don't like looking through other people's stuff at the best of times. But man, oh man, this was a special exception. Take a look, everyone. See for yourself how fucking disgusting she is.
With that, Cerise flings my diary into the crowd. The audience goes into an uproar. A girl catches the book mid-flight and yanks it down to the earth. What up, kitty? But kitty, I'm in the middle of a climactic moment here. Play with your toys. The other girls swarm around her like horseflies to flesh and watch as she begins to turn the pages. They want to see what's inside. They want to know the sinful things I've written and drawn. They want to gawk at my innermost thoughts and parade them around the island. How ironic that these dangerous things were now okay to look at. But in the name of justice for the Haven, I guess anything went. Even if seeing, reading, or learning about the things I wrote normally warranted harsh punishment, I have to pry it out of their hands. I have to run up and get it in the middle of that crowd and take it back. I have to. I rush forward. Cerise jerks me back, putting me into a headlock. I struggle. I kick against her. I punch her. I have to get out. I need to get out. Please get me out. But Cerise's grip is a powerful vice. She sneers and wrenches the side of my head upwards, putting her face against it. I can feel her hot breath against my skin.
Not so fast, pervert. I saw everything. What you wrote, what you drew. You really think you're untouchable, don't you? That you can get away with what you said about me and Eve? That you reduce poor sweet Maria to your gross fantasy? I can't just let someone like you do whatever the hell you want. Me and Eve, we took the time out of our busy schedules to help you, get you back to normal again. All those punishments, those conversations, those encounters, all gone to waste on you. A disgusting, degenerate freak.
I want to shut her up. What, kitty? Look at me, kitty. Kitty, look at what's happening right now. There's a trial going on. I have to read the story. Can't you wait? Can you wait until afterwards and then we can cuddle? Mwah? Can you wait, please? Pretty please? Mwah. Come on. Wait for me. I want to loosen her death grip latched tight on her neck. I want her to stop squeezing my throat shut with her oafish hands. I got cat hair all over. Okay. But I can't. I can't even fight to breathe properly. I'm listening to the crowd because I can't stop hearing what everyone else is saying about me. Yikes, I didn't show she wrote that gross shit about Maria. Maria of all people. How dare she make girls like us look bad pursuing her forbidden desire for head? How dare she? I was right not to associate with her back when she was in the writing sect. I never liked what she put out. She's just sad Cerise is more successful than her now. That's why she's taking it out on everyone else. Bitch, hello? Stop guilt-tripping us. There's a reason you've had it hard since that last assembly. God, look at this freaking mess of a rant over here. She wants to be the victim so badly. We get it. You're a harmful weirdo who could make us insane. But that's totally our fault that we don't want to be seen around you, sure. I knew that most people gave me a wide berth. That no one wanted to be around me anymore, but hearing it in the open, hearing everyone say such things about me out loud, I don't know what's real anymore. My mind feels like it's peeling from my body. I want to float away from here at least.
Order, silence at once. This assembly is concluded. Are we in agreement?
Indeed.
Yep, all the evidence is here.
Cerise lets go of me and hands over to Lady Amaris. I collapse onto the floor in a heap. I gasp, slowly as I sit up and rub my aching, crushing neck.
And Grace, you haven't said a word this entire assembly. Would you like to share anything else? You were a great help in bringing all of this to light.
Grace looks up from the floor. Her expression is completely unreadable. Fair enough. Welcome back. It's like, unfortunately, Grace reported everything in our diary. We wrote some fucked up shit in there. And basically, everyone got to see all the fucked up shit we wrote in our diary, and we're totally embarrassed. And we're probably going to get kicked out. Yeah. I mean, it's our diary. Come on. Girls write weird shit in their diary all the time. Yeah. I can't tell what she thinks of me now. Hi. Lady Amaris, if you'd let me speak for Grace. She's not comfortable talking about this. Grace discovered Magda's diary. When called to take a stand for the Haven, she rose to the occasion. Her vital contribution helped us build our case. To let our assembly speak for itself. I go cold. I knew Grace wouldn't be there to protect me. Deep down, I knew that as soon as I saw her standing there to try me. But hearing it confirmed in Eve's very own words. And there really is nothing left for me on this island.
I see. Very well. In that case, I hereby declare that Magna is no longer a member of the Haven.
Yeah, that's fair. It's like I've scribbled some stuff on notepads and stuff too.
She has taken advantage of our community's generosity. She has sought to poison us and make us insane. And though she nearly made us change our ways, she proved that the insane will always stay insane. Thus, she will be cast outside the Haven so that she no longer poses a harm to our community.
I can't take this anymore. I need to get out of here. I need to leave. Now, I can't be taken away. I won't. I have to go. I have to go. Stand up. I dash for the exit. But as I rush forward, a wall of uniformed girls and women all block my path. I'm caught again. The audience surrounds me, full of punishing intent. Countless hands reach out and push me down, force me to the ground. They pin me as I punch and kick and scream, struggling against the crushing weight. Feet kick my body. Hands swat and slap and punch. Voices scream and yell and curse. I have to try and escape, even if the odds are slim, even if the odds of winning are near to none. I have to leave. I have to go. Eventually, my body gives in to their abuse. Helplessly, I lay on the floor, waiting for the inevitable to draw near. Footsteps grow louder and louder. The crowd parts. Cerise, Eve, and Grace all come down to gaze at me. Cerise with disgust. Eve with clinical reproach. Grace with muted sadness. What did you do? You're being weird. Lady Amaris is also there, cold as ever. Eve bends down. A little dart in her hand, just like the one that was used on Jael. There's no pipe to fire it. It's wheeled on its own, like a pen or a needle. In one swift motion, she stabs it into my neck. My body starts. I try to struggle again. Try to lift myself off the floor despite my new aches and bruises. The chemicals seep into my blood, my heart, my brain. Everything starts to go black. Slowly, everyone leaves. The crowd draws back. Eve walks away. Slowly, everyone leaves. The crowd draws back. Yeah, Eve walks away. Cerise leaves with a good kick and some spit as a parting gift. Grace is the last to remain. She continues to stand over me. I feel the sadness oozing out of her pitiful expression. I want her to fucking go. But the darkness swallows me. The last thing I see are her lips. Her rounding out two little words will be my final memory as a member of the Haven. I'm sorry. No, you're not. Just letting Kitty leave the room again. Alright. I fall unconscious. No one ever talked about those who were taken away. One quiet evening, I asked Maria about what happened to them. It wasn't a smart question. I was bothered that I didn't know about where I would have gone. Maria clammed up. Couldn't any answer to my question, but she wouldn't utter a word about it. After a long, agonizing silence, she laughed nervously. What happens to them doesn't matter. I don't understand what Maria meant. Why she withdrew into herself when Jail was taken away. This is what happened to Jail. This is what would have happened to me a year ago. This is what's happening to me now. I'm in a cell. I don't know where I am on the island anymore. The room is old and poorly maintained, but stable enough not to collapse on its prisoner. That's enough to house those rejected by the Haven. In my mind, this is Hell's waiting room. I'm not dead. I'm not in Hell yet. When I go, it'll be no different from here. Here it's dark. Almost no light except for the candles glowing in the hallway in front of me and the small sliver of sunshine from a window above my cell. I don't know what I look like anymore. There aren't any mirrors here. To stay warm, I have to huddle into myself. It's cold and hard everywhere in the room. Like I have anywhere to go anyways. I'm chained to a wall. All I'm wearing is the thinnest underlay of my uniform, a white cloth slip, my dress, my socks, my shoes. Even my own ribbons. All snatched away. For repurposing, I was told. But I had once never seen a uniform's material get reused. They're likely going to get burnt instead. In one of the walls next to me, there's a small metal slot. Through the slot comes the only food I get. I have to crawl to stretch out to struggle to humiliate myself. That I can touch the plate that slides through once per day. All this for a crust of stale bread and cups of musty water. As is, the conditions are barely enough to keep me alive. That's probably the point. Like, yeah, it's like basically for our sins, we go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You didn't realize we were in prison? What did you think was... No, this is not an explicit game. That's why I saw the heart emojis. I'm like, you think this is going where you think it's going. Like, the good news is we are 19, so... Our character. But yeah, no, this is the opposite of sexy. We are in jail, and when they took our clothes, it was meant to dehumanize us. Haven only nurtures those who obey it. When there's nothing to eat, there's nothing to do. Fear has long given way to anxiety. Anxiety has long given way to boredom, and boredom has long given way to hazy dissociation, a tired nothingness. A bare minimum existence. A crumb of bread, please. All we get is bread crusts. Let's have actual bread, please. Like, did you know that solitary confinement has been found to actually cause permanent brain damage? All I do is stare and stare and stare until my mind melts. Until my eyelids grow heavy. Until I sink into a long, deep sleep. Yeah, it's like bread crust, the worst part of the bread. No! I don't dream of anything. Yeah, what is it? Vsauce made an episode way back. About, it's like he put himself in solitary confinement just under the limit that a human can contain before receiving brain damage. And it's like, as he was nearing the end, he was going fucking nuts. It's really cool. I highly recommend it. If I can even remember the name of it. Look it up real quick. Give my throat a break. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like when people say we're social creatures, they mean it literally. Yeah, we are highly social creatures. We need to be around other people to survive. Okay, it's called Isolation Minefield. It's literally the first episode by Vsauce. Definitely look it up. It's free on YouTube. It's like 35 minutes long. Absolutely worth watching. It's extremely fascinating. But I don't dream of anything. I can't dream of anything. I'm too tired to dream of anything anymore. Oh yeah, it's like usually if people are antisocial, it is often because of trauma, like bullying, abuse, something like that. Like, and even then when people do try to put themselves into solitude, it's like they're kind of hurting themselves in a way. Like hikikomoris. All that awaits me is the same maddening emptiness that sits with me when I'm awake. A silent void. At this point, even a violent nightmare would be a blessing. Not even Niels reaches out to me anymore. No more visions of their past life. No more bouts of anger or desire. No message sent to me in any shape or form. I wonder if they finally... Or when it happened. Were they alone? I don't know. What would I know? I never kept my promise. Yeah, enjoy that emote. More emote should be coming soon, but it's gonna take a while, because, the artist isn't available until the end of the month, so I'm on her waiting list. Yeah, spread the Domo! Yeah! I have no right to know. When I first woke up here, the sect heads and Lady Amaris stood outside my door. Of course, Lady Amaris didn't want anything to do with me. I was no longer a member of the Haven. To her, I was no longer a person sitting here slumped on the cold floor like trash tipped all over. She had more important things to do, and as quickly as she came, she went back to her quarters. 3 sect heads were assigned to me in her stead, to monitor me. Those heads were the very people who accused me. Yeah, I know I'm born emotes are, that's why I'm trying to get more! Like, I'm pretty happy with the emotes I got. Eve's visits were boasting sessions to an audience who could never turn away. When I heard her at the door, I knew I'd shortly face a smug grin and a laundry list of accomplishments and righteous deeds. Eve was already a sect head, but the increasing prestige that she was rewarded with for uncovering my misdeeds was a colossal stroke to her ego. The research sect gained more attention and resources, and her projects became highly elaborate. After long being overshadowed by the art and writing sect, the research sect was finally recognized for its importance to Haven society. She would rub the daily praise she received into my face. The glowing remarks from younger girls who wanted to be like her. The popularity of her written work and projects and their influence on culture and affairs. The successful proposal she made for new restrictive rules within the Haven. There were whispers that Lady Mars herself wanted to make Eve the successor to her cause. Standing before me was the likely future of the Haven. All thanks to me and my little fuck up. She'll get to drink the angel juice. Probably. Drink the angel Kool-Aid! It'll make you live forever. Congratulations, Eve. You made it. Be proud of yourself. Not. Cerise was promoted to the head of the writing sect. I wanted to forget as soon as she let me know, but Cerise made it impossible. All hers were the pristine white veil and dress, as well as her boasts about her newfound power. Every gloat of hers was punctuated with kicks to the gut and deep, cutting insults. Cerise loved making me suffer. If my food dish would dare, she'd kick it out of the way too far for me to reach. I quickly learned to clean my plate as soon as food came. She'd read segments from her books and have me recite them. Less than exact repetitions earned me a slap to the face. Sometimes she'd hurt me for mistakes that didn't even happen. Once, Cerise brought scissors from the art sect. She pinned me to rock still submission and held the blades to my head, clasped around some strands. The blades came down. Hair fell. She kept on cutting. She cut and cut and cut until all my hair had been shorn off. She left that day, clutching bunches of my locks tightly in her fists. I don't know what she did with them. I don't want to find out. Here in this dark place, Cerise could finally be better than me, mentally, physically, creatively, and of course she was right. After all, I got kicked out of the Haven, not her. Then there was Grace. Because Grace prioritized the Haven's safety over mine, she was well rewarded. For sacrificing me, she was made the new head of the architectural sect. Apparently, the whole head stepped down willingly. She didn't like her job and the stress of maintaining the Heaven and took it out on the members beneath her. Hence, Grace and many others like her faced long, exhausting hours of work. I learned what Grace had done from the conversation of other heads who had walked past my cell. She made the architectural sect's hours fairer. Members were no longer required to stay up late for their projects. They could go to dinner at the same time as everyone else, participate in other events, socialize with their friends. Because of Grace's reforms to the architectural sect, she quickly became one of the most beloved heads within the Haven. Well, good for fucking her! Many even began to call her the second Maria. Ugh. On top of that, Grace now had many friends who loved her. Now that I wasn't keeping them at bay. Of the three heads, Grace visited me the least. Gee, what a friend. Yeah, the second Maria. Though I think that ship's been sunk. But her visits were always the most devastating for me. Whenever she came, Grace simply stared at me through the bars of my cell door. Clothed in the white dress and veil of her new power, her face always crystallized in a tragic expression. The history, yeah. It's like not writing her into any of her facts anytime soon. Santa Maria. Her eyes shone like polished glass, her eyebrows quirked up and her lips pursed. Like she was on the verge of tears. I knew she wished that things had been different. If only you had restrained your emotions, had you suppressed your curiosity, had you destroyed that diary, we could have still been friends, Magna. Her face said all these things, each and every time. She hurt me the most. I was used to Eve's condensation. I anticipated Ceris's violence. But I couldn't stand Grace's pity. She hurt me the most. She betrayed me. Took my diary and showed it. Exposed me for who I was and what I was doing. But I betrayed her too. By staying myself. I wanted her to punish me. I wanted her to walk up to me and scream so close to my face that my eardrums would ring. To boast to me loudly. Tell me how much better her life was since she threw me away. I wanted her to tear out the tufts of hair that remained on my head until my scalp bled from the force. I wanted her delicate hands to choke me until my face turned blue. But of course, Grace would never do any of those things. She couldn't. Grace was a nice girl. A nice girl who sat and stared sadly until her eyes bore into my soul. Yeah, I know, it's like... Still got them weird-ass urges. Of all the heads, I hated her the most. I can't remember when I was first brought here to this place, a place no one knows, a place no one remembers. Time passes 1,000 different ways here. The days go by in a matter of seconds. Days go by over what feels like days. As it exists now, my life is a murky haze. I guess I'm used to it by this point. The more I'm here, the less it all bothers me. Not that I've got much left to be bothered about anyways. Well, there's one exception. In Haven, no one talked about those who were taken away. Speaking about them was discouraged. Those who were removed had to be forgotten. Of course, this was easier said than done. When a friend or lover was lost, people wept and yelled in secret. Once strong teams of creatives, architects, or researchers fell apart when a key member was taken away, grief was groundwater running deep beneath the Haven. Like with Jael, who had been lost, and Maria, who had been left behind. Losing Jael had affected Maria deeply. She became distant and sad, all while carrying the duties of a head, all while pretending her best friend never existed. I keep on thinking about this. It must have been tough for her. No, I know it was. I wonder what Maria's doing now. Is she still guiding everyone back to the art sect? I wonder how their projects are coming along. I hope she's still working on her art too. She left a while back to help the members of the art sect with their projects, but I hope she'll soon be able to make her own art projects again. Just to know she'll always bring beauty to the Haven. Even if I'm no longer there to appreciate it. I hope she doesn't forget me. Even though she never understood my world. Even though she was harsh to me the last time we talked. I hope she knows that in the end, I never minded. That I'll always care about her. I hope she kept my sketches somewhere safe, that somehow she preserved them, I might as well say it. I love Maria. Out loud, I muttered 3 words she'll never be around to hear. I'll never paint with her again. I'll never see her again. I'll never be with her again. My throat clenches. I whimper. I'm scared that she'll forget me. Marching footsteps draw towards my cell. Someone heard me cry out. Whoever they are, at least they'll be a distraction from this terrible twisting feeling in my gut. I rub my eyes. From the floor, I look up in face. Cerise. Ugh.
What are you whining for? Do I have to find out for myself?
Her key rattles against the gate of my cell. Great, here comes another round of punishment, Cerise style. The gate finally creaks. Cerise shoves it open and steps inside. She kneels in front of me, trying to look at me eye to eye. I force myself to give her eye contact. If I don't, she'll grab my face, force me to stare at her.
Come on, spit it out. What is up with you?
I say nothing. I'm too tired of this crap, as distracting as it is.
Hey, you!
Cerise shakes me. My head lolls back and forth.
Are you listening to me or what? If you don't spill within the next 3 seconds, I'll beat the shit out of you.
She pulls back her fist, raining a blow to the head. I don't want to tell her. She doesn't deserve to know.
1.
If I tell her, she'll rub in my face. Call me names. Hurt me more.
2.
I'll be fighting a losing battle. There's no point in hiding, no matter how much I want to right now. Because she already knows. She's read my mind thousands of times. She's read my diary. She knows exactly what matters to me. Maria. So, I'm not going to fight. I'm going to give her exactly what she wants.
Maria, huh? You can't be serious. You've still got a thing for her? After all this? After all you've been through?
Just get on with it.
Oh man. Oh man. You'll never change, huh? I could smack your face until you turn black and blue. I can rip out your hair. I can feed you your cafeteria scraps until you puke on the floor. I can do everything in my power to correct you and your disgusting brain. But damn, you really are rotten to the core. Then again, I shouldn't expect much from a freak like you.
Yeah, I'm disgusting, rotten, a freak. Anything new you'd like to tell me?
But you know, you seem pretty down today. You're kind of bad. So I'll tell you what. I'll be generous this time. How about a little update on how Maria's doing, huh? Your eyes just lit up. I knew you'd like that. So Magna, listen hard and listen close. I'm gonna tell you the story once. Yesterday evening, I went by the Art Sex building. Pretty typical evening, really. I just finished managing everyone in the writing set. Everything was ticking along nicely, and I nearly put a pin on my latest and greatest piece. Oh, I'd love to tell you about the writing set, actually. Under my tender care, so many young writers are blossoming right now. They've all got more talent in their pinkies than you've got in your entire body.
Thank you for the follow. People will question what I'm watching. Yeah, this sounds weird out of context, doesn't it? I don't care. Get on with it.
Aw, forgive me for making you grouchy. I just thought you'd be interested in what your old sect was doing. Guess I'll get straight to the point then. Anyways, I saw Maria right outside the art sect building. She was struggling to carry some huge black bag. Naturally, I had to ask my fellow sect head all about it. And she told me that she was getting rid of garbage lying about in the studio. So, of course, I had to see what was inside. Not that I don't trust Maria, but, you know. Gotta see if anything dangerous was in there. Safety first and all. It's a thing between us sect heads. Not that you know or anything. And believe it or not, she was more than happy to show me. So, she put the bag down and let me take a look through. When I opened it, I found a whole bunch of sketches. Crumpled, stained, and ripped ones. Ones that had all sorts of beautiful birds, beautiful flowers, and elegant trees on them. They were adorable! It's a real shame they were going in the garbage. Don't give me that look, Cerise. Is this Fortnite? Domo stole me for lemonade. No, this isn't Fortnite. This is some weird lesbian Christian shit. And you came in at a very strange time. But welcome. I hope you have a good time. We're about to witness a lesbian's heart be ripped in two in 4K. I think this is Fortnite, man. If Fortnite has lesbians in it, and then sure. Don't give me that look, Cerise, please. Please tell me you're joking. I'm just enjoying the VA. Domo Hirokara, I'm glad you're enjoying this. Maria let me have a good long look at everything she was throwing away, in case anything caught my eye. Now, when I was sifting through the trash, I found one super cute sketch. I wanted it so badly. So I asked Maria if it was okay to have. And believe it or not, she let me keep it. So now I've got a nice little gift for my favorite liability. A souvenir from your old home, if you will. Here, catch! Cerise tosses a crumpled ball of paper at me. This lady is a little odd, isn't she? Yeah, she's kind of a bitch. Like, she's kind of had it out for us since day one. Because we used to be part of the writing sect with her. And we were good at writing, and, you know, she was jealous with us, so she bullied us whenever she could. And then when we were caught for writing naughty things, she was the first person to punish us. And when we get caught for writing naughty things the second time, she gladly tortures us even more. Yep, it's our drawing. Sounds a lot like my time in the war. It's the sketch I did for my painting. The painstakingly penciled little birds have smudged against the tiny folds of paper. All that remains are small, shapeless blurs of graphite. Thanks for the clip. Do you like it? I saw it and thought of you. I felt my stomach twist. No, Cerise just wants a reaction out of me. Maria would never do that. She wouldn't, but my eyes are still stinging. My throat's still gumming up. My lips are trembling. Why? Oh, you're crying. So you didn't like it? Well, that's okay. It happens. Here, let me make you a little better. One swift movement, Cerise snatches my sketch away from my lap. Now this won't make you cry ever again. She brings the paper to my eye level, letting the drawing obscure her face. And then she tears it down the center. Cerise rips my drawing again, quartering it. She rips it again, dividing it into eighths. She rips it again, and again, again, and again. All I can do is stare as she rips hours of work, days of planning, ages of thought and inspiration all into crude confetti. As she does, I remember something from long ago. Once, Cerise snuck into the art set and stole my colored pencils.
It was a few weeks after my first assembly. I hadn't been punished like she wanted, and she was furious. Because of that, she took it upon herself to punish me as she saw fit. This would be the first of many of her delayed punishments. The day after she sold the pencils, I learned that they went missing. I searched for them frantically, in my niche, in my studio, under my work desk, everywhere, but they were nowhere to be seen. That evening, she approached me smirking. I figured she was responsible. The smug look on her face gave it away. But I pretended to act ignorant and asked her if she knew where they were. Cerise said she didn't know, and she'd never seen the pencils before. And through it all, she couldn't stop giggling to herself. All snorty and chuckly like an idiot at her own bad joke, all while avoiding the eye contact she loved forcing me to give so much. I learned that Cerise was a terrible liar. Since then, I caught her fibbing again and again and again. I learned to be good at reading Cerise. Right now, she hadn't laughed once. She gives me eye contact the entire time, so she's... And I'm done. It's all gone now. So you'll be happy again, won't you? Cerise leans forward to pat my head mockingly. She sits back, adjusts her skirt, and stares. Her face felt blank. Her eyes bore right into me.
Freaks like you deserve to rot here. Keeping you in the Haven would have been dangerous for everyone. That's why I'm glad. Glad that sops like Maria learned to forget you.
Cerise stands up again. She wipes her pristine sect head uniform, letting a puff of dust fall into the cell floor. I don't know, man. It's just easy.
Ugh, prison dirt. Fucking gross.
Without another word, she leaves and locks the cell door behind her. Please. Domo Elon Blitz. Yeah, it's like... Don't worry, I saw the context. Yeah. You're good. Domo. Yeah, it's like... We've been imprisoned for our naughty writings, and we are being tortured for it. It's pretty bad. We're just an angry little lesbian who's being punished for writing fan fiction. The VOD for this will all be on YouTube, so if you guys actually wanted to watch from the beginning, it'll be uploaded tomorrow if I remember to. If anyone can hear me, kill me. Do it now. I curl up into a tiny ball. I don't have the energy to cry anymore. I don't have the energy to do anything anymore. I'm going to be here, alone, forever. Slowly, my breathing becomes shallow. My body grows heavy. My surroundings go dark. I don't want to wake up again. I hear something. No, it's just my mind. It's nothing.
Magda.
Again, that voice. There's definitely a voice calling for me. But who? Magda, it's me. I know you can hear me. There's no doubt now. That voice. That voice that cuts through my hazy mind like a blade. That's... The name sits on my tongue, waiting to be called. Nils? And as if suggested into existence, Nils emerges from the void of my mind. How long has it been? When did I even see them last? Are they... They're still beautiful in that ethereal celestial way. They look far worse. Their thick golden curls are caked with blood. Their skin tightly stretched over their bones with barely any suggestion of muscle. There are more cuts and bruises littered across their body. This is what they've been through all this time. You know, your lady restarted her experiments on me. She wanted me to be a better battery, so she attached new wires to my back. When it all started, I was screaming in pain. I wanted you to save me. You didn't come like you promised, like you said you would. Anyways, here we are, talking again. It seems I've reached the end of my road, and it seems that hag hurt you too. I didn't respond. They're not wrong. Not at all. But, the more I think about it, the less I can come up with an excuse. Yeah. Who knows the reason Eve did this to me? Lady Mars gave them the free to make me this way. Oh. Oh, Magda. You must feel so conflicted right now. After all of this. After all you've been through.
Conflicted doesn't even begin to cover it.
I understand. I understand completely. All of this abuse, it wears on your body, your soul. You never deserved any of this. I'm sorry, Magda. Something about Niels feels off. Their tone, their gestures, their visit itself. I know they're all calculated moves. Niels knows I can't completely trust him yet. They still came to see me. In the black of my unconsciousness. As I sit on the verge of death, determining whether I should take the leap. So, why are you really here, Nils? Why visit someone who didn't keep their promise with you? Why bother with this? I know you've got something on your mind. Something to do with me.
You're a perceptive one, Magda. Yes, I have my own reasons for wanting to see you, despite you not keeping our promise. I need a favor from you. A favor that, should you accept, will ultimately help us both. At this point, I'll take anything. What is it? Well, I want you to break us out of here.
How? I'm chained up to a wall in a prison cell. I've barely eaten anything. I highly doubt I have enough energy to live, let alone escape. How could I help? Nils laughs wearily. That's where the fun part comes in. Magna, I'd like you to become one with me. If I siphon my soul into your body, then your strength should return and then some. Together we can escape. After that, we can do together what we want, so long as our souls remain intact. I don't have any other option, do I? If I don't accept, we'll both die as prisoners with the life beaten out of us. If I do, I don't know. I don't know what'll happen. What'll happen if I share my body with someone inhuman? I was ready to die. Ready to give up on everything, but now I've been given one last chance. One last way out. One last way to be free. I'll be able to do whatever I want. If this plan works, I think the rewards will be worth the risks. It's not like I have anything else to live for. Fine. I'll work with you. What do I need to do?
Ah, excellent. I'm relieved you came around to it. It's simple, really. We'll form a covenant.
Nil offers their hand to me. In the center of their palm, there is a gaping bloody hole.
I wonder if Lady Amaris punched it through. Try to ignore the wound as I clasp their hand.
Nils pulls me flush to their chest. I can feel their firm embrace. Their formerly strong muscles, their fading warmth. They whisper something into my ear. The words are mysterious. They're in an ancient language, one I can't speak, can't comprehend. But I know that every word is filled with power. I can feel it. Buy gold, up, drink your Ovaltine. I can't even try to read that. Look, I was barely able to read the chaos language in Nier. Don't try and make me read this. The words are finished. Nils pulls back, releasing me. They dissolve into the darkness. A beautiful mirage fading away, and then nothing. Was that it? I guess so. Typical. Must have failed. I guess I should have expected this. Each time I'm given a shred of hope, it's taken away from me at the very last moment. Wait. My heart. It's stinging. Like there's a candle setting it alight. Soft tingling in the core of my body. It's a flame. It spreads my chest warmingly gently. It's a fire. My torso is burning. I begin to sweat. It stings. Worse. Worse and worse and worse. It's an inferno. My entire body is set alight. Ah. 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 Well, my body not stopping. Flying my brain. It'll burst. It'll burst. It'll burst. It'll burst. Yet, it doesn't burst at all. I'm about to give you guys a freebie.
I'm awake. It's cold. It's dark. I'm still trapped in my cell, but I can stand. So I do. The chain links that bind my ankle to the wall clink together. I try to raise my arms, stretch them out. My injuries, my bruises, the ones to escape me, they're all gone. My legs don't ache anymore, neither does my chest. I'm all better.
So, what do you think? Nils? Yes, it's me. How do you feel now? A lot better, I imagine?
Well, thank you. That was very thoughtful.
Oh, there's no need for that. This covenant was always going to be my last resort. I'm glad you made it possible. Now, give your mantles a little tug, won't you?
I do as I'm told. I expect to feel only the clinging resistance of my cuffs and chains. After all, I am working within my bodily strength. It won't get me out of here. But as soon as I pull the end of the chain that pins me to the wall, the bolt that it's secured to budges. With another gentle flick of my ankles, the bolt is torn off the wall. What the?
So you did receive my powers. Wonderful. Just wonderful. I was worried your weak little body wouldn't be able to handle them. Now getting out of here will be so much easier. Aren't you excited?
Yeah. Thank you, Nils. Thank you.
You see, Magda? When us loners stick together, everything works out. Now why don't you get us out of this awful place once and for all?
Right. You're right. Let's make a break for it! I walk to the inner cell door and pull it open. The door rips off. Its hinges unpinned from the door frame. All that's left between me and the world is the outer gate. I grab the iron bars, sliding my hands in between the gaps. With a quick twist of my wrist, the bars are drenched apart as easily as copper wires. I lean out and look around. No one's patrolling. No one will see me. Quietly, I slip outside the confines of my cell. But this newfound freedom makes me freeze. What should I do next? Where should I go now? Who should I be? I never considered a future beyond the prison behind me, and now that I'm outside, I'm rendered helpless by the vast possibilities before me.
Magda? Magda! Magda! Snap out of it! Get yourself together! We can't stay here! If we linger any longer, we'll be caught. Besides, I've got somewhere we can go, so let me out of here and we can figure out everything else later. I'll switch back. I'll keep to the normal voice for now. I just wanted to do that to be cool. I sensed the urgency in Nils' voice, as well as an inherent studied understanding of the place we're in. Of course they know. They were trapped in here for a very long time. It's no surprise they know a place like the back of their hands. Alright then, let me show you the way. First you need to take a right and go down the corridor. Stop when I tell you to. Nils' directions lead me to a large, unwinding staircase. The shape, orientation, and material are all painfully familiar. They're the very same stairs I used to visit them down at their lab. My stomach drops as I look up. I've been up these stairs before, and yet, right now, they seem insurmountable. Even if I do have my strength back, running to top floor would still take a lot of time, and knowing Lady Amaris, defenses of this place might have changed while I was imprisoned. Now, there could be cameras. We could be taped, trapped. Oh, that might have already happened. Is there people on their way to catch skin? Or, oh, Magda, you and your anxiety. There's no reason to be worried. I have a faster method, if you're up for it. All right. What do you have in mind? Remember that dream I sent you? The one with the stargate and the beautiful sunrise? The one where you saw me heading down to Earth? Try something. I don't question them. I do as I'm told and close my eyes. I imagine the great expanse of purple, pink, and orange, the sky brilliantly burning within the beautiful sunrise. I remember Nils soaring through that expanse, their beautiful white wings, their golden hair whipping around, their proud, confident smile. Once again, I pretend I'm one of their feathers, lighter than air, carried about by the powerful wind, free to travel where I wish. There's a whoosh! My surroundings go cold. My body feels like something is lifting me up further more than it should. I open my eyes before I know it. You're flying! I'm hurling towards the sky at breakneck speed. The little gray building is far below me. The forest concealing it is far below me. The island is far below me. Already I feel myself slowing down. My heart jumps into my throat. At any moment, I expect gravity to right the wrongness of me being up so high. At any moment, I'll be pulled downwards. And my body will smash into a bloody pulp on the forest floor. But I don't fall. Something's holding me up, keeping me airborne. Something large and powerful and light. I look upwards. Holy shit! 2 large wings are sprouting from my head! It's like she's flapping her wings like, oh my god. Like Azumanga Daioh, the girl with the pigtails. When I said my powers came to me, I did mean all of them. Now you can fly, and we can go wherever we please with ne'er a care in the world. Thank you, Nils. Seriously. We soar for a while, taking in the sights, looking at the horizon, at everything beyond the haven. The sun is setting. Darkness begins to cover the land and water all around me. I've never seen a dusk like this before. Then Nils asked me a sudden question. Magda, would you like to see who you are now? I nod. Closing my eyes again, Nil takes over. Their soul makes my body dive into the vast lake surrounding the haven. Once I feel the spray of something cool and wet gently tickling my feet, I open my eyes. I'm hovering above the vast, clear waters of the lake, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I can finally see my own reflection. My hair is white. The whites of my eyes are black, and my pupils are red. I'll give you guys another freebie then. Yeah! Like, now look, we're matching! And of course, there are the wings, pale and stretched out wide in their full glory, sitting a length far greater than that of my own body. Look at how beautiful we are! I think its appearance suitably reflects the power of our union. Don't you? Yeah, it does. The shell of my body is my own, but the parts, the powers, the colors are from Nils. We're one being. One entity made from two. 2 entities made into one. A union, a marriage. Embodied coexistence. I don't think Magda can describe this new existence, this new person. Magda meant high tower. It was a name that pedestaled those names with it, that elevated them to greater heights in their world. Magda never suited me as I always was, as I am now. So I need a new name for my new existence. And what would that be? What would you like to call the you see before you? Who are you? Ilya. I want to be... Oh. Ilya? Or Lilia? I'm assuming that's an uppercase I. So Ilya. That's a lot of I's. Like the flower. The one that's always beautiful. That's always loved for being itself. Nils gasped softly. Okay, it is Lilia. It's like, I blame the font. What a pretty name. And a fitting one, too. Name yourself after a flower that's as white as your hair. So, Lilia, what would you like to do next? Even though Nils no longer has a body, I can feel them giving me an expectant smirk. They're waiting for an answer from me. Well, what would Lilia want to do now that she has far more power and freedom than she ever dreamed of? I've got an idea. Their beatings, their harassment, their abuse, all justified, all ignored. I remember the lessons they never learned, the cruelty they saved just for me. The karma building up that never seemed to reach them. I could fix that. I could fix that right now. How about we give Cerise and Eve a visit? I think I want to give your powers
a little test drive. Doesn't that sound exciting?
Oh my. Oh my. How delightful. How truly, utterly delightful, Lila. They roll my new name delectably. I keep saying Lila. I'm supposed to be saying Lilia. It's like I'm bad with names. Sorry. Well, I think that's a wonderful idea. After all, I have my own unfinished business with the Haven. So let's go set it on fire. So what are we waiting for? Let's have some fun. Yes, let's. With a light chuckle, we soar back to the island. Oh, Cerise, I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you've been well.
Oh, hey, Eve. Yeah, I'm all good. It's been a pretty average week for me. To be honest, though, being ahead's a lot of work. All the paperwork, meetings, and the discipline. It's such a pain in the ass sometimes.
Does take getting some used to, I'm afraid.
Yeah, fair. I mean, I haven't done this as long as you, but you and I both know that I'll catch up. You know me, Eve. Before I was promoted, I was the most hardworking member of my sect. I churned through 6 major pieces in a year. And that's not counting all the editing, help, and advice that I gave to other writing sect members.
Oh no, absolutely. Even though becoming a sect head is a major change of pace. I remember when I first became the head of the research sect, I was so young.
When you were appointed, everyone was shocked. Me included. You were literally a teenager. No one that young had been appointed a head before. But, it wasn't like the head before you was great. The other sect members were trying to cope with her clusterfuckery. You got along with them really well.
True. She was so disorganized that I ended up directing no workflow and projects for that year. I had to do something about it. Otherwise, everyone in the sect would have been lost.
I'm almost glad she was taken away. You know, after the other heads found her stashes of smuggled books. Good riddance, bitch.
Absolutely. Looking for someone who could handle that intense workload stressed Lady Amaris out.
But I think Lady Amaris heard about your reputation within the research sect. Back then, people said you and your team literally saved the sect from collapsing. I'm 99% certain she picked up on your strong work ethic and camaraderie with your fellow members. And, in the end, that's why I came around to her choice. Your age didn't matter. But your contributions to Haven did.
Yes. Hard work and community loyalty leads to prosperity. In fact, my sect still remains efficient, productive, and totally in favor of my leadership style. Though with all that said, there were many other research sect members who were critical in maintaining its work. We had amazing researchers who could read double the material of any other girl within a day. Prolific report writers who could easily and vividly communicate our ideas. Creative thinkers who thought of new exciting ways to teach and protect the Haven. All these talented women were critical to supporting our projects to make everything work, to keeping everything organized. They would make great, excellent candidates for the head's position, and yet, I'm not surprised that I, out of everyone else, was still chosen. The rest of Haven, they're, well, you know, Cerise. What the ones who aren't us are like. We share the same sentiments about them.
What, the most of them will go insane sooner or later? Yeah, that makes sense. I guess Lady Amaris had no choice but to pick you. You were the perfect head candidate for the research sect. Intelligent, organized, and resistant to all forms of insanity. Lasting's not common in this community at all.
If you threw a banned comic at a crowd here, I guarantee you 95% of the girls within it would take a peek inside. Only a few of us here would have the willpower to ignore it. But I guess that makes us special, huh? Yes, special. That's what we are. The best this island has to offer. Absolute. What was that? Sarish, stay. Very still. Are we being watched? That? I don't know. Okay. I think we're all clear. Oh, thank God. Must have been a small animal. Probably nothing serious. Yeah, no one in this community would stalk others. They wouldn't dare. Especially not their sect heads. I mean, the punishments are severe. That actually got me off guard. Cerise! What? What happened? What? Who is that? Ugh. My body hurts. There are cuts everywhere. Where am I? And why do I feel so stiff? What's happening to me? I can barely see. It's dark out. There's no candles, no lighting anywhere. No sign of haven trails or buildings anywhere. Must have been somewhere remote, but there's a feeling of cool air around me. If I look up, I can see broad black branches, the dark sky above, a small sliver of the moon. I'm in the middle of the forest? What am I doing here? How did I get here? Where did Cerise go? Is she all right? I've got to go. I need to find her. Cerise? Cerise? I can't move. I can't move at all. I'm trapped. Why am I tied down? I need to get out of here. Escape. Find Cerise. You're not going anywhere, Eve. Regroup. I've got to find nuts, undo them, run into the forest, and return to the haven. Somebody in my sect is bound to have noticed that I've gone missing. I don't know what they'd do if I wasn't there. And Cerise, I need to find her. Can't lose a head now. How will the writing sect survive otherwise? Most importantly, I've got to find out who did this. Who dared to threaten us, their trusted leaders. Who deserves punishment. But I can't think of anyone in our community that would do this. People love us. The other heads love us. Lady Morris loves us. So who would do such a thing?
Hello. Been a while, hasn't it? It's a lovely evening tonight. Aren't the stars beautiful?
I don't know the person standing in front of me. I've never seen anyone like them. Their hair is white. Their eyes are red. There are tufts of feathers where their ears should be. No human has ever looked like this. And yet I feel like I've seen them before. The curve of their jawline, the shape of their eyes, their body, their hair, their voice, they all bother me. I feel like I should know them, that I should recognize those features.
Oh, look, you're thinking again. Tell me. What are you thinking about? What do you plan to do when you head back home? Will you leave for breakfast tomorrow? What extra work needs doing? Or maybe, who's trapping you? Where you are, Eve? Where Cerise is?
Eve? Cerise? How did you know our names?
Ah, that got your attention. I know a lot, Eve. Maybe even more than you do. But I can see you're concerned about your dear friend. Don't worry. I know where she is. In fact, I'm more than happy to show you. It'll be like watching a private movie. How about it?
A lump forms in my throat. The cheers of their voice feels forced. The questions, the remarks, they're all hinting at something deeper, something sinister. The being extends their hands to my face. Their palms covering my eyes, shutting out what little light is present there. Their callous flesh sits rough against my sin.
There you go. Just for you, a special moment with your dear friend.
Once again, my vision goes black. I wake up in a room, front of a flickering projection. A faint square of light, emptying of imagery. There's nothing on it yet. The room's silent, save for the whirling of a projector behind my head. It's just like the research sex film room, ready to screen a movie tape. I hear a familiar click. A film has been loaded into the projector. I don't know who loaded it. Another click, and the film begins. I see Cerise. Unconscious. Asleep. Tied to a tree in the middle of the forest. Just like me, except for the time of day, the dimming, honey-gold sunset makes everything visible. Groggily, she wakes up. As she gathers her bearings, she grows more and more panicked. She screams. Out of anger. Out of fear. She wants to be found. She wants to be saved. A white ping appears from the undergrowth. Slowly walk in front of her, smile sweetly, lean down. Cerise is frozen, terrified. They whisper something in her ear. I can't tell what it is. The more they speak, the more Cerise shakes and struggles to free herself. Cerise finds the nuts near the back of the tree. She lashes a hand onto one and begins tugging it forward. If she times herself right, she can free herself and run back home. But before the knot makes its way to her front, the being punches her in the face. Hard. Cerise is momentarily stunned. She shakes it off. She takes a deep breath. Slowly, she turns towards her captor, grating her teeth. The projection pauses. Cerise is frozen mid-grimace on the screen. Our captor walks in front. The image of Cerise's face distorts over their pale, thin body. They gave me a broad grin.
So sorry for the interruption, Eve. I noticed you had trouble hearing what I was saying to Cerise. That's entirely on me. I forgot to turn up the volume earlier. Don't worry. You didn't miss too much. This is where things get good. So please, take a listen.
They bend down and tweak something underneath the projector machine. Before standing up and walking away, and the film resumes. What?
What the fuck did you just do to me? How dare you hit me?
Be quiet. Honestly, mind your manners.
Who are you to tell me how to behave? You're in the Haven. I have authority here. I write the rules for this land. I know what's right and wrong better than everyone else.
Oh, Cerise. Is that how a leader should act? How a respected community leader should behave? Lording her power over everyone else out loud? Oh, but you can't help it, can you? Questions. Quit asking so many damn questions. You don't deserve to know. Know who I am. Know why I'm here. Know what's going to happen to you. Because you're a fucking jerk. Because deep down you love to hurt people. Because you love to shove people around, insult them, and intimidate them. Because you want to be better than anyone else. Because despite how cruel you are to others, your stupid little community never punish you for it. In fact, they reward you. Your people egg you on, give you more tools to abuse others. Always tell you that you're right. Even when you fucking aren't.
There's a sickening crunch each time their fist connects with Cerise's jaw, her nose, her mouth. She tries to scream, but a hand shoots out to press her throat, muffling down a strangled cry. Punches don't stop. They hit again, and again, and again. Harder and harder. Blood begins to taint their delicate yet punishing hand. Muscle and bone start to peek through the newly bruised skin. Oh, yes, I love the catharsis too. A particular hard hit lands and a tiny white tooth flies out. Then another. Then yet another. Cerise's captor stops. They step back, pausing to look at their handiwork. Her face is now a bloody mess. She's barely recognizable.
You know, Ceres, you may be tolerated in this world, but this world isn't the whole world. You know what most of the world would call you for acting like this? Those insane people that you love to ridicule? A bully. That's all you'll ever be, Cerise. A jealous bully who takes out her anger on everyone else. And you know what bullies like you deserve?
With one hand, the being slams Cerise's head against the tree she's bound to. Cerise lets out a guttural howl of pain. They ball their other hand into a fist and raise their thumb, a mocking gesture of approval.
This.
They twist their thumb into Cerise's eye socket and begin to twist it. Oh God. Oh God, oh God. My throat's burning with a bile. I think I'm going to vomit. I can't watch this. This is awful. I can't stand. I have to get out of here.
No one said you could leave.
My body won't leave my seat. My captor wrenches my head forward, back to the projection. Being has extracted their prize. Cerise's eyeball, glistening and wet with nervous tissue, muscle, and blood cupped in their hands. Yeah, we're going places. Turned around with longing, reverent affection like a sacred realm. Yeah, exactly. I have the little wings on the side. That's great.
How gorgeous. How utterly gorgeous. What a shame this belonged to someone like you. But have no fear. I'll take the other one off you too. Soon it'll all be over.
With that, the being scrunches their hand again, lifts their thumb, shoves it into Cerise's other socket. Cerise shrieks. I can't look away. I witness every single second of its removal. The noises, the sights, the sensations, a dear friend being blinded and beaten to a pulp. I puke on my lap. I can't concentrate anymore. What did I do to deserve this? You asked this question now. Wow, longer than your usual stream. Yeah, I am really into this. And I did come into this not knowing exactly how long it was going to be, so I was like, I'm going to just one-shot this thing. Surely this can't be real. Someone wake me up! Get me out of this awful nightmare!
Oh, quit worrying. You missed the finale. And we can't have that, Eve.
My gaze is locked into the projection once again. With vomit all over my uniform, I wait the final scene, unable to look away. Bright blood dribbles down Cerise's mouth and neck. All she can do is gurgle intelligibly. Being slowly draws back, a fist closed around something, hand dripping with gore. With the tongue. Blah, 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 blah. Their fingers clasp around the item within their other hand to draw it out. A fleshy, wet organ appears, dangling like a prime cut of meat. And they bring the flesh up to their mouth. You picked the wrong emoji, son of Die. You picked the wrong emoji. You literally picked the worst possible emoji. They bring the flesh up to their mouth, nibble, then bite, then chew. They chew on Cerise's tongue like tuck chopped candy, savoring each bite, licking their lips with delight. The last well-tasted morsel disappears in their mouth as quickly as it was taken. And dusting off their hands, the being walks off, stained rust brown and red. Cerise remains behind in the distance. A mutilated lump of flesh left to slowly bleed to death. I hear another loud clip, the projection stops, and the room disappears. There's light. I can see again. Oh boy, this is about to get better, isn't it? Alright, we about to have some fun in the tool shed. I find myself in a shed outside the architectural sex building, surrounded by crafting tools. Right next to the old wood chipper used for scraping old projects.
Oh, hello! It's lovely to have you back. Did you enjoy that little show? It was exciting, wasn't it? I bet you felt like you were missing out. But don't worry. It's your turn with me now. Before we begin, though, I need to make a few arrangements.
Oh no. Please don't. Please don't hurt me. I start looking for a means to escape. I look outside through the window. It's dawn. No one's there. Since Grace started managing the architectural step, early hours were abolished. Why would anyone be here? Oh God, help me.
Wow, you look excited already. It's a shame that your surprise will be far more brief than Cerese's. I'm sure we'll savor every moment we share together. Shall we take the chipper for a test run?
My captor presses the wood chipper switch. With a series of sputters, mechanical whirs, and whirs, the machine comes alive. The dial is set at maximum speed. Nearby, the being takes out a folder from the tool shelf. In one fluid gesture, they open it and draw out its contents. Wait. Are those...
I thought your papers would be perfect for this little test run. I mean, they're so easy to shred.
No! Hang on! Those papers are precious to me. I've worked on them for months. We don't know the value of hard labor, the impact these documents have had. My captor doesn't listen to my screams. They open up one of the papers, my seminal work on the sect organization that influenced head practices to this day. They're ignoring me.
Let's see, what do we have here? Oh my, I can't read any of this. They're just meaningless wordy drivel. And you call yourself the head of the research sect? You couldn't even teach the youngest member here with this crap. Shame on you. Well, you go then. I'm sure no one will miss this. After all, its folder was pretty dusty.
Without a care, they toss my paper into the wood chipper. All my life's work was scrapped. The machine gives a metallic shriek. Out of the machine comes pale puffs of shredded paper. They're too small to piece back together. All of my efforts, all of my pride, turned into unsalvageable confetti. All I can do is stare.
Now you know what it feels like. How much it stings to lose everything that defined you. That made you proud. That made you beloved. And now for the main event. I heard the Haven is dealing with a lot of bullshit right now. Let's deal with the source of it all.
The being grabs me, still tied up, and bring me over to the machine. They dangle me into the wide, gaping opening at its top. The gears within whirl rapidly, awaiting my imminent arrival. Put me down this instant! Let me go! Why are you doing this? I don't even know who you are! What problem could you possibly have with a researcher trying to better her own community?
Oh, so you still haven't figured it out? You, the smartest person in the Haven? Wow. The bar must really be on the floor here.
Again, the uncomfortable familiarity of their voice burns in the back of my head. Their body, their face. Where have I seen it before?
Hey, Eve. You remember making somebody's life absolute hell? Hurting her for fun while pretending it was your duty all along? Sending her for punishment as soon as you could, because you never believed in her to start with. Leaving her to rot. be forgotten by everyone else. Eve, what did you have against Magda all this time?
Ah, no. No wonder you seem so familiar. That explains everything. The body, the face, the insanity. All hers, all unforgettable. Magda, I promise, I swear, I'll cross my heart and say it again and again. Spare me now, I'll leave you be forever. I mean this sincerely, I can't die just yet. My community needs me. I have to be there for them, Magda. And besides, there's no reason for you to stay here. You're no longer a part of this world, remember?
You're right. I don't plan on coming back here. I'm going to leave this stupid island once and for all. You know, something about you always bothered me. For such a good study, you never question the boundaries of the world that confines you. Who set them? Why they exist in the first place? All you did was obey Lady Amaris and punish people indiscriminately. You destroyed people who had done no intangible harm to the Haven itself. What kind of scholar are you? I had my fun with mysteries, but I'm bored now. So let's get something straight. You're an egotistical hypocrite. You just won't admit it. Now let's get this over with. I've got other things I need to do. Goodbye.
Ah, no, wait! Stop! Stop, Magna, please stop the planes! They hurt! Eve's legs twitched wildly as she shrieked. Now, as the machine chokes on her torso, her limbs have gone limp. Draping over the lip of the opening, chunks of gore lie trapped between the blades. A mashed eyeball spread on the knife edge, the remains of a stomach, contents poured everywhere. The coil of intestine woven between the teeth of gears. She's gone. She's really gone. I did it! I did it! I did it! They're finally gone! Thank you, Nils! Thank you! Thank you for letting me experience this wonderful, satisfying feeling! For letting me be free! For helping me fall in love with my impulses, my deep desires. It feels so good to finally listen to myself. Nils says nothing. I could sense them here with me, but only faintly. Maybe they're tired. But it was so much fun and cathartic too, and I want more. This isn't enough. I need to find another. Another to play with. Another to share my misery with. But who? Who will be next? Oh. I know. If I looked hard enough through these windows, then maybe I'll be able to find her. I've never seen the head apartment. I don't know what I'm looking for. I passed by 2 vacant rooms, one filled with instruments and measurements. Old yellow drawings of a team on a corkboard, a few thank you letters appeared nearby. The others filled with a library of books and a stack of dribbled on drafts. Fan letters tacked up all along the bed frame. So a nearby shelf of tea lights would hit words of gushing admiration just right. Somehow I knew that both rooms would remain empty. Ah, there's her little name placard. On the inside next to her robes. That has to be her dorm. If I slip to the window quietly, she should be there. Yeah, she'll definitely be there. Sleeping. Enjoying a rest she long went without. Getting through the window was easier than I thought. All that barred my entry was a set of soft floral curtains. He swished at me haplessly. I thought the head dorms would be more guarded than this. But this is the haven we're talking about. Most people wouldn't dare to enter anyone's unlocked room, let alone a head's apartment. Alright. What do we have here? I look around the room, it's far more plain than I imagined. Still, and certainly more comfortable than standard Haven fare. I examined the luxuries afforded to those lucky enough to be a sect head. A private bathroom cubicle, a small study, a little living room. Dollies decorate most of the tables. Little potted plants sit on every surface, perfectly watered and blooming with health. Framed photographs of other members adorned on the walls. Painted portrait of Lady Amaris sits over the fireplace. Underneath, a particularly elegant bouquet sits in the mantel. I catch sight of a door and peek through. There's the door of a bed and a row of neatly arranged slippers. Right, that's it, the bedroom. I enter the bedroom. 2 windows open up a beautiful view of the forest and a small garden. Everything, as with all the other rooms in this apartment, is neat. A perfect little pocket of tranquility. I look over to the bed. The knitted quilt and simple white sheets cover a small figure. She lies there fast asleep. She looks so peaceful. Yep, she's going after Grace. Grace, I wonder. Having a nice dream right now. If you think her room is more comfortable than the dorm we once shared. If you miss the company. My company. Our friendship. Yeah, it's literally because of Grace that we're literally in the situation we are right now. She was the one that tattled on us, stole our diary, and had it so that everyone would have seen it. All of our deep, dark secrets. I wonder how easy it would be to hurt you. How I'd make you suffer. Like Eve. Like Cerise. How your neck might snap if I grabbed it and pressed hard. How you'd sound if you choked. You're right there. It's in my grasp. I could just wrap my hands around you. Grip tight. Squeeze at that vulnerable little throat. Crush it like... Magda? She sounds on the verge of tears. Her voice chokes up as she utters that name. Like the relative comfort she lives in, she turns around, face down on the pillow, gripping the soft fabric tightener. Like she was trying to cling on to something. What the fuck was I thinking? This won't help me at all. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. It's just about to kill Grace. I need to get out. Now. My skin's going all bumpy, I'm sweating all over. My hands are shaking. It's sinking in what I've done. What I was about to do. It's all sinking in. You feel the weight of your sins on your back. No. Those impulses back there, they weren't mine. I'm not violent, not normally. On my own, I would have never thought to do that, Grace. If it wasn't like this, I never would have done that. Oh god, I don't want to go back. Oh, for crying out loud. Nils? Why didn't you kill that human? Didn't she hurt you like those other 2 women? Why didn't you punish her? I can't do it. I can't kill her. She didn't do anything. She didn't do anything, my ass. She turned in your diary. She didn't do anything to stop Cerise and Eve from hurting you. She didn't comfort you or make anything better. All she did was act nice to you and be a half-decent roommate, unlike literally everyone else in this godforsaken place. She did the bare minimum. For God's sake, she sided with the jackasses you killed instead of you, her friend. I'm so sorry, Nils. I just couldn't. I froze up. For some reason, the thought of hurting her didn't feel right. I didn't feel like I wanted it to. I mean, I wanted to hurt her. I really did. I wanted her to feel what I felt, the pain of being watched and hurt in the most intimate, most personal, the most absolute safest place you know, but you didn't go through with it. No, you couldn't go through with it. Shame. But your decisions are your own, I suppose. Just stop crying already. I need to get to work soon. Take care of my own business, but something tells me you're not done. You still want to see someone, don't you? Actually, yes. There's one more person I want to see. Then get to it. It's close to morning already. I only have so much patience left. Right, here we are. This building I haven't seen in ages. I haven't been inside since forever ago. I wonder if she's still there, painting by herself, drawing out new projects. I'm gonna sit up for the day. I guess there's only one way to find out. The rooms didn't look any different, just empty. I walked by each studio, peering as I go. No one is there. Sketches, sculptures, notes all lie around untouched. The atmosphere is calm and quiet. I continue down the main corridor until I see a familiar door. Ah, there it is. The main studio. The easels are all where I remember them being. Work is carried on as usual. The space that was once mine has now been occupied by the elaborate project of a new member. My formal easel is just an illustration, a crowd of uniformed girls surrounding Lady Amaris. They're listening to her, raising their hands in admiration and difference. I roll my eyes. Then in the middle of the room, all alone, she sits. The one I'm looking for. Maria. She's quiet, lost in thought, brush in hand. She pauses and lifts the brush to her piece, a piece I cannot see. I move closer. It's a beautiful nature scene. Can't be anything else but beautiful. I always knew that Maria was the most talented artist on the island. Her brush strokes are delicate, deftly and purposely placed like luxurious embroidery. I can't look away. It's too masterful. I wonder if she's planning to exhibit this somewhere. The effort is astounding. Something about this painting disturbs me. Something about this piece is achingly familiar. I've seen this image before. A long time ago. Flowers. The birds. The tree. Those flowers. Those birds. Where have I seen them before? Why do I recognize them? The colors. Why is it? What? It's mine. It's all mine. My concept, my ideas, my notes. And Maria took them for her own work. Maria, of all people. Art thief! I need to tell her that I'm here. She knows that I'm still alive. That I'm free. I've got a lot of questions for her about her painting and what Maria said to me in the prison cell. About how she sees me now. I don't really care what she says. Whether she cared about me or not, I just want to hear her one last time before I leave here forever. So I'll ask her. I'll reach out and ask her. I'll ask her right now. Maria? No response. She still paints, shading in grass around the roots of the tree. Maybe she's half asleep. I think it's past midnight now. She might be on autopilot. Let's try again. Maria? Hello? It's me, Magda. You remember me? Still nothing. Not even a jolt of recognition. Maria continues to paint away at the blades of grass. Bringing each little flower, each tuft of leaves. I walk around to check if she's, well, there. I've never seen someone more awake. Eyes blinking, focused on the canvas. Lost in thought. She hardly looks tired. I'll just wave my hands in front of her. Maybe she'll budge then. Maria? It's me, Magda, remember? She didn't notice. Her eyes followed my hands. She knew I was there. But she's still sitting there, painting like nothing had happened. Like I was air in the room. Invisible. Okay. I see. I know what this is. It's not that she can't see me. It's just that she refuses to see me. In other words, she's pretending I don't exist. So, this is what Cerise meant. Maria is pretending she's never met me, that she never guided me, that she never cared about me in the first place. So why would throwing away my art or stealing my concepts matter? As far as she's concerned, they've materialized out of thin air, out of her own inspiration. My eyes are stinging again. I can't believe this. I can't fucking believe this. Your work inspired me. You were so kind to me, even when everyone else hurt and isolated me. Maria, I loved you so much. So why? After everything you've seen and felt, why would you be just like them? Fine then. If Maria doesn't want to care, then she doesn't need to. I'll just leave now. There's nothing left for me here. I'll go and restart my life. Figure something out along the way. Good riddance. Damn. So what's the holdup? Let's go. Got a long distance to cover across the lake. I step away from Maria and turn the door, ready to leave. I have to get Nils on board with my plan. They need to help me take flight, so I need to let me go. Nils? Nils, are you there? Are you ready to leave? I'm ready to go if you are. I'm sick of this already. I'm sick of you already. What's with you and your cowardly behavior? She hurt you just like that other girl. Why would you let her get away with it? Why aren't you doing anything about it? I know she hurt me, but hurting her back wouldn't be satisfying. Let's just start over somewhere else. Oh, quit lying to yourself. You enjoyed killing Cerise and Eve earlier. Wasn't making them feel your pain satisfying? To be honest, I don't know. I did like it at first, but the more I think about it, the more I doubt these violent impulses are just my own. So Nils, I need you to stop. There's nothing more for us in this place. I don't feel comfortable doing any more than we did. Let's just go. Fine. I'll take over from here. I didn't ask you to take full control, Nils. Did you forget? We both have stakes in this. I have my own errands to run on this island. This isn't just about you anymore. I have a terrible feeling about this. What they're thinking. What they're planning. I can't let them take over. They're going to do something awful. I just know it. I need to stop whatever they're doing. Get them to go into my faculties now, but Nil finally shuts my consciousness to the side. There's a stronger. More powerful. More dominant. I struggle, but there's little use. They now have full command of my body. Now, since you're too weak to do it, I'll help you. Allow me to demonstrate a proper revenge. Nil's legs swivel around, bringing me to the center of the studio. Their body takes a shaky step forward. Another. Mechanically walked all the way back. They get close to Maria. Closer. I can't stop them. They stand behind Maria. Maria doesn't notice us, who still works diligently on her canvas. And then... with one violent jam. With one violent stab, they jam their hand in Maria's chest. Maria lets out a choked cry. Her paintbrush drops. Her life flutters out of her eyes. Nils gives a quick tug and pulls something out. Something muscly, red, and throbbing. Maria's heart. Oh, fuck! They ripped out Maria's heart! She's really... Jesus Christ. I've thought about killing a human like this for so long. It feels so warm. So wet. So delicate. I've longed to do it. Feel their weak little organs struggle in my hands, like mine did in theirs. But you know, I've always wondered something.
How does a human heart taste?
Please don't do it. Put her heart back. Leave her body be. Come now, be a little adventurous. I know you've lived on an island all your life, but it's time you tried something new. So here's to you, Lilia. To your newfound rage. With disturbing confidence, they raised the organ high like a celebratory drink. The flesh is promptly propped to my bare lips. Without hesitation, the heart is crammed into my mouth, so densely I can barely breathe. I'm forced to savor it. I taste the metallic fluid as it smears across my lips and trickles down my throat. They force me to chew, to break the muzzle, to tear down to shreds with my teeth. I hate how good it tastes. Jesus fucking Christ. This game is not holy at all. Humans say that revenge is a dish best served cold. But for me, that's too long a wait. I always like mine straight from the source. Warm and raw. Don't you? I don't want to answer them. I try to puke, to get her flesh out of mine, to stop consuming her. Nils forces me to swallow, closes my throat to force it down, keeps it in my belly where I can't take it out. I can't control my own body anymore. Nils has taken over. I've made yet another terrible mistake. I trusted a monster who never understood humans to begin with. They might have been kind once. They might have tried to care. I guess my gut was right. Their suffering had made them mad. They were a monster waiting to be unleashed from their dark prison underground, and now that I've freed them, they own my body forever. They can do what they please. Harm anyone they wish, kill anyone they want. I barely recall what Nils does next. I'm drowning in the dark of Nils, crammed into their subconscious, trying to keep my head above the waves. My mind bobs up and down.
Yeah, it's fire time! Yay! Fire!
There's fire everywhere. Screams and cries that pierce my ears. Buildings reduced to ashes. Blood on my Nils' hands. Snapped bones. Torn stomachs. The taste of flesh. I hear Nils speaking. Lady Amara screaming at them, begging them to stop. They boast of their freedom, their determination to... What is that? Raise to haven to the... Their determination to rage to haven to the ground. Their intent to kill her as painfully as possible, all in my voice. I don't see what Nil does to Amaris. I lose consciousness fast. All I see is the aftermath, a mass of pulpy, beaten flesh and bone. The sting of our hands, the ribbons of intestine torn open and thrown around. Not even Cerise has been beaten this hard. I lose consciousness again. I come back. We're hovering above the island. Hovering above the island, I look down. It's a ruin. The forest has been raged. I can't tell with this font. Smoke billows everywhere. Corpses carpet the ground like seeds. The sanctuary known as the Haven has finally been destroyed. Nils huffs proudly.
Huh. I haven't felt this good in forever. You have no idea how long I've been waiting to do this. Making that hag suffer. Making her whole world suffer after they used me and ate me. And now, I get to go wherever I want. I'm not beholden to anyone.
Can you believe it, Lilia? I'm going to save everyone. I finally know how to save all of humanity. There's no way I'll fail. Because if they refuse me, if they try to hurt me again, I'll just know how to treat them. Just like I treated everyone on this island. Ugh. You've had your fun. Quick loading. Oh, Magda? Do you want to do something? Got a plan? A vision? A dream? I don't know. I'm gonna go somewhere. Anywhere. I don't care. I just need to get out. To leave. I can't be here anymore. Nils helps me fly further into the sky. With alarming speed, my body is lifted into the air. I try not to look back. Oh. I don't know where I'm going, or what I'll do when I get there. I don't know if anyone's left on the island. Any survivors? Anyone who knew what I did? I don't know whether Nils will turn on me. Whether I'll be able to fight them off. Whether we'll enter some wretched coexistence. I only know one thing. The deaths I brought about, willingly or not. The death of the Haven, and the safety it offered to so many. The death of the island itself. I'll be haunted by them forever. By every moment that led to them, by everyone who made it happen, by everything I was then, by nothing I am now. And most of all, by the knowledge that I'll never escape what I did for as long as I live.
Okay! Yeah,
It's like, I did put a warning about bullying and violence in this game, but I was not expecting there to be a fucking heart-eating scene. That was pretty nuts. But overall, really good. Yeah, that was a lot. Overall, I liked it. It was a very cathartic story. Like, she gets beaten, she gets tortured, and she gets her revenge at the end. And at the same time, it's like, the characters don't feel that one-dimensional. Like, they could have easily had it be like, oh, these bullies are just bullies for the sake of being bullies. Yeah, thanks. I wasn't expecting it to be this long, but that's okay. I was semi-prepared for it. I didn't want to split this into 2 parts, because I didn't know how long it was going to be. But yeah, it's like, on the one hand, what Grace did was wrong, and she was basically what caused all of this to happen. But at the same time, though, it's like everyone else, she was pretty brainwashed by the Haven to follow a certain way. So when she saw that Magda was straying from that, she immediately panicked and reported it, not knowing that she was betraying her friend in the process. But it's after she saw how much Magda suffered as a consequence. It's like she was basically like crying herself to sleep at night. And then you have Eve and Cerise, who are basically just total bitches. Like, Eve is like, you know, an egotistical, controlling freak, and is like, who has to have everything her way. She does like when people don't do that. And then you have like Cerise, who, again, she was like just fueled by pure jealousy. And she was a straight up bully. But at the same time, it did seem like she really did genuinely care for the Haven. It's just, she used that as kind of an excuse to justify her bullying. Maria, I don't know. Magda definitely had an idolized version of her. And it feels like because, you know, unreliable narrator and everything, Maria wasn't really a good person, but Magda put her on this high pedestal because Maria was nice to her. But it seems like Maria was probably also a terrible person because she ignored the bullying. She just told them to ignore it. And then when Magda was locked up, she literally stole her work. And then when Magda finally came to confront her about it, she ignored her. Like, what the hell? So yeah, interesting game. There are some things I would have liked to have known more about, like Lady Amaris, we don't get to see too much of. We just know that she tormented Nils, and, you know, she's the leader, and all of that, but she kind of takes a back seat so that the bullies could take her out. And it's like, let me see, is it gonna take me back to the main screen? But yeah, I would have liked to have seen more about Lady Amaris. Oh, wait! There's a post-credit scene? Oh, darn, and the cats. Alright, I spoke too soon. Let's keep going. All around me, the world is burning. Buildings I once lived in burning. Forest I once walked through burning. People I lived in burning. Corpses as far as the eye can see. Their faces are contorted in silent screams of agony. Though by sheer luck, I managed to escape my dorm. I woke up fast. Screaming smoke was everywhere. I gathered everything I could. Ran outside. If I had stayed in bed any longer, if I had slept... No, I don't want to think about it. I can't let it sit in my mind. I need to find somewhere else safe. Find somewhere where they won't find me. I don't know who or what caused this. Why'd they do something so terrible? For Lady Amaris' sake, I hope they're caught. I hope they're punished brutally. Where can I hide, though? Where to go? If the fire traps me, if the monster finds me, then I'll have to go there. I have to hide there. Remain hidden in a place that few know exists. Lady Amaris, please forgive me. Demote me if you must. Hide me if you have to. I just need to be safe. She's dead. I run towards the assembly hall. The fire hasn't caught up. No one stopped me. The things I've seen, the bodies writhing in agony. And don't linger for Grace. Okay, so Grace is still alive. I figured she was still alive. So the post-credits is just explaining what happened to her. Don't even think about pausing. Get out of here. Once all this goes away, once this ends, you'll go back. Then you can see what remains. I have to go outside. I need to run further, deeper, faster in the forest. All the trees are burning, but I must push through. If I run a little further, I'll definitely find shelter. Outside, the trees are starting to burn. I have to keep on going, push further, get closer and closer to my goal. There it is, that concrete building, the one where we taped her going into, where people could get in trouble for entering, let alone seeing it, where the lab was. Whenever Lady Amaris visited this building, I went in with her. She'd go about her business while I visited that girl in the cell. She never let me into the lab while she was working. This wasn't unusual that we reached the building, though. On regular days, the forest paths were too long to navigate for busy sect heads, so a secret route was made, one that connected the head dorms to the building's basement. It was for this reason that normal Haven members could never enter the head dorms. One in the Haven was allowed to know about this building. No one except Lady Amaris and the sect heads, and even then, Lady Amaris always had to be there when we entered. Use on my own without her, that's against the rules. A high-class offense. But I can't think of any other better place to hide. I hope Lady Amaris understands what this is all over. Amaris is dead. Concrete's building, steel doors wide open. Quickly I sleep inside and slam it in behind. Inside there's rumble everywhere. The ceiling's blasted open. I can see the haze of burning fire brushed across the sky. This will keep me safe. Please let me be safe. I look around for the most shaded visible spot. I rush there and sit down, dropping all my things to the floor. Hugging my legs to my chest, pressing my face to my knees. I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to die. Time passes, more time passes, even more time passes. I remain curled up, unmoving, praying for it all to be over. Screams grow more distant. Please fire seem to grow even more quiet. I pray there will be survivors. I pray for others to have hidden, to be able to help me, to be able to rebuild from this nightmare. What did we do to deserve this? We lived quietly, peacefully, and by the books. Our rules were strict, but they were there to help. We abhorred insanity, protect ourselves from it, rooted up when we found it here. Yen insanity won over us. Were we even stopping it at all? Like, no, you were just making it worse. Eventually, everything goes silent. I get up, walk over to the entryway, placing my steps carefully so I don't make a noise. Gingerly open the door by a crack. No response. I wanted a little bit more. No response again. A little more. A little more. A little more. No response. No response. No response. The door is fully open. I step outside and look around. The forest isn't burning anymore. I see remnants of trees and bushes. Piles of ash and thick, bellowing columns of greasy smoke. I make my way back home in complete silence. I think whoever did this is long gone, but I must remain vigilant. I don't want to be attacked. Not now. No one is here. There are more bodies, more columns of smoke, more dead trees, more piles of ash. Everything is still in gray. I don't know what happened to my friends, those I cared about, those I admired. Cerise, Ease, Lady Amaris. I want to believe they're still alive, but I shouldn't look for them. If I tried finding them, if I know how they died, what they died from, I'd never be able to forget it. I don't want their bodies to be my last memories of them. How? How am I supposed to feel about this? All this in front of me, seeing my home razed to the ground. Finding my community reduced to corpses, seeing my entire world reduced to ash, knowing what I might be the only member left. I want to drop to my knees and cry. I want to howl, to sob, to scream. I want to mourn the little time I had with Lady Amaris, with my friends, with making things better here. I had so much more to do, to say, to make, but the feelings won't come out. Something stoppers them, leaving me in some laughable parody of calmness. There's nothing left for me here, is there? All I can do now is leave. Forever. If I want to survive, if I want to live, to remember, I guess I have no choice. It takes several minutes, maybe even an hour, but eventually I reach the Haven's port. All of my things I saved are in tow. Generally, leaving the island is frowned upon. However, to thrive, we need outside resources. We couldn't survive the resources here alone. That's why the ports existed. Heads and sometimes a handful of particularly well-esteemed research tech members would trade Haven-produced goods for mainland goods. It's like food, tools, and books. Right now, the only book that's stocked here is a wooden rowboat. It probably wasn't worth destroying, not even worth considering. It's small and old, fit for a short ship made by 1 or 2 people. I'm hardly strong. I've only rowed once or twice before. But the boat before me is my only way off this island, my only chance of survival. While with some hesitation I step inside the boat, it rocks gently against my weight. Lake water that cradles it, hull sloshes. As I bring my hands to the first tight knot of rope tied to the boat to the quay side. My heart hammers against my chest. I'm leaving. Forever. Come on, Grace. You can't panic now. Breathe. In and out. In and out. You can do this. You can get yourself out of here. You will survive. With some fumbling, I picked the knot undone. More to go. More undone than unknown. After the last knot is pulled apart, the boat comes free with little issue. It begins to gently drift away, slowly rocked by the waves of the lake. I push my foot against the side of the dock and launch the boat towards the mainland. A mainland I had only set foot in once or twice before. As I sit in the boat, I realized I've touched the haven for the last time. I'm never coming back. I'm going away. Into a world I was hiding from all this time, but I don't have any other option. No matter where I'll go, I'll always face insanity. I grabbed the oars in front of me and began to row. I tried to mimic Cerese's rowing back when we collected new books for our libraries, how her arms moved, how she held the oars. Her oars made clean cuts through the waters, propelling the boat quickly and easily. Mine are choppy, getting the oars sucked into the lake again and again. It takes all of my strength to avoid losing one of the depths below. But even so, even with all my struggles, my boat moves closer and closer to the mainland. If I keep on doing this... No, if I strength to keep on doing this, maybe I'll reach the mainland safely. There may be surviving members there. Those that left to trade. Those who might have stayed overnight to carry out a complicated deal. They might be there. They'll answer the need of any Haven member. Listen to my terrible tale. They'll help me. Help their head. Help their last leader. We'll still be able to keep our community alive. Continue Lady Amaris' legacy. Rebuild what we've lost. All I have is hope. But I'm desperately clinging on to it. I hope that something better lies ahead. That desperate everything my world will survive. Oh, Haven, help me. Now we get the end. Okay. Kind of leaves it open for a sequel. Alright, so that was Bad Faith. Again, I was not expecting it to be this long. I was going off of reviews. I thought, oh, if it's like 4 hours, I don't mind, but it's okay. Now I'm officially done. Okay, so Saturday, I'm going to finish up Selfie Collection. So look forward to that. Thank you guys that were here for most, if not all of this. If you missed any part of this, like if you missed the beginning, I'm going to upload the whole thing onto YouTube. It's probably going to take like 84 years, knowing how slow YouTube is, but I'll figure it out. So yeah, thank you all so much for joining my stream, and I hope you all have a good night. Finally.